Hey everybody, how are you? This is the Get a Clue Readathon sprints for Saturday night. Whether you are participating in Get a Clue Readathon or not, I hope you're ready for some productivity, some reading. All are welcome. If you're interested in Get a Clue Readathon, we are very much on our way to almost the halfway point, which is kind of crazy. But the announcement video for Rainy's announcement of the Readathon, Rainy Blue Reads, is down below, as are all of the co-hosts who are participating in this. I'm one of the co-hosts for Team Plum, hence the kind of purplish plummy design of my stream. But I know that also a lot of people are coming over from Nell's sprints that were going all day today. And so hopefully, if some people are feeling a bit fatigued, don't feel as though you've got to be participating in every single sprint, reading all of the time. You can also just kind of relax, maybe take a nap sprint, have a food sprint, all of that. What is everyone reading? What teams are you on? I am, as I said, on Team Plum. I'm still in room 4, and I am reading The Affair of the Mysterious Letter. You can see, though, I'm really close to the end. I'm going to be done in one sprint with this book, and I'm so excited. I'm going to hold off on my rating, but anyone who was with us on Kelsea sprints last night knows how I was feeling about it last night. Those feelings are continuing, but we will get into that once I finish so I can talk more about it. Hello, Jean. How are you? Just finished Icebreaker. Just want to read next. Oh, I know. Isn't that tough? As soon as you finish a read, you're like, okay, what's my next? What's my next victim? I hope you enjoyed it. Hello, Nell. I saw this comment come in. Yeah, there seemed like there were quite a few people waiting, at least for my standards. It's rare that people are waiting in that high of number for my sprint, so it was really lovely to see. I hope that your sprints went well. I was there for most of the day, and then I ended up having to go off. I went on a walk and did a few other errands. Hello, Coda. How are you? What are you reading? Hello, Tina. Yes, Team Plum. Love to see the purple hearts. Just finished my room 4 book and submitted it. Well done. Yeah, as soon as I finish this, I'm going to be submitting for room 4. We're going to see if I get it in time before room 5 drops. I'm not sure when it is going to drop, but I have a feeling it's going to happen tonight. So we're going to see what happens. Hello, Drew. How are you? Hello, Alicia. Hello, everybody. What is everybody reading? Da, 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 da. Hello, hello. I'll be there after I finish lunch. Oh my goodness, that's a late lunch now. Yeah, you enjoy your lunch. Still baking cookies. Oh, that sounds glorious, Lexi. Going to be continuing with True Love Experiment. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. Some books I need to read are The Fight Club and The Wolf of Wall Street. I don't even think I realized that Wolf on Wall Street was a book. That's interesting to know. Well, best of luck. Maybe people in the comments can let Drew know if they've read one or the other and give a recommendation. Hello, Brittany. Finishing up Vicious. I should have also mentioned, so Nell in the comments is on Team Green. She's a co-host. And then we have Brittany, who is a co-host for Team Scarlet. Hello, Sarah. I'm reading Iron Flame for room 4 for Team Peacock. Very nice. 25 pages left of Wheel of Time, number 10. Oh my goodness, you and Nicole. I hope you guys are thoroughly enjoying it. You are very much invested in the series for sure now. Working on a bonus book. Going okay so far. All right, sounds good. I hope that it ends up going better than okay. Like, I hope it ends up surprising you and you enjoy it even more. I read the book Between a Rock and a Hard Place, written by Aaron Ralston. Oh, interesting. I actually haven't heard of that either. Sounds like Drew's just throwing up surprise books that I'm not anticipating this time. I'm reading 7.5 Deaths still. Very nice. That happens to be one of Nell's host favorites. About 25% of the way. All right, so you still have a lot to go because that's a thick book. Also tidying up the house to put up holiday decorations. I think that's a weekend that a lot of people are doing. Like, that's an activity a lot of people are doing this weekend. I'm not doing that just yet, but I very much support everyone else who is. Hello, Katy. Team Scarlet, getting close to finishing A Fire in the Flesh, 78%. Oh yeah, you've got less than a quarter of the book to go, and it's a bonus book. Very exciting. So now you're kind of chilling. I also read the Shutter Island book. It was a really good one. Yeah, Shutter Island, I know, is kind of one of those classics too, that I haven't seen the movie for that either. Hello, Beatrice. How are you? Welcome. I know I was going to say this is your first time. Thanks for showing up. I hope you enjoy it. And honestly, I hope other people in the comments welcome you as well too, because it's always kind of weird when you join and then it seems as though I know most of the people here. So if you're a newbie, please introduce yourself and everyone else show them some love. Nell is saying hello to some friends. I joined the readathon yesterday for Team Plum. Oh my gosh, well, lovely. I'm obviously a co-host for Team Plum, so I love to see that. But of course, it doesn't matter. All teams are welcome. I hope you're enjoying it so far, not feeling too overwhelmed. Because I know if you join late, sometimes it feels as though you don't know what's going on with what room to join or what room to start with. So don't feel as though you've got to suffer alone. I know that Team Plum in our chat has been very supportive. Hopefully other people have felt that way too about those catching up. So yes, very exciting. Hello, Katy, another co-host, this time for Team Scarlet. So we've got both co-hosts for Team Scarlet in the chat. Almost done with 2 Twisted Crowns. Very nice. But I don't know if I can finish. That's okay. You know what? In the announcement video, Rainey also said that all you have to do, at least if you want to be a part of the voting and guessing for who murdered, what in the room and with what, you only have to finish 6 of the 9 rooms. So if you find yourself struggling, it's also okay if you want to do short books and just take your time. The whole point is to honestly enjoy it. If you find yourself not enjoying the books you're picking up and feeling rushed, then you know what? It's okay. The competition aspect is fun, but it's also meant to just kind of encourage us to read and be a part of the community. So yeah, don't worry too much about that if you can. It's easy for me to say that. Today has been a bit of a rough day. We took our dog to the vet because she has been having stomach issues. That's the least graphic way to describe it. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, Tina. I feel like as though yesterday and today, a lot of us have kind of just been feeling, I don't know, the weight of the week or a lot of stress or a lot of things have been happening. So I'm sorry, and I hope that things work out and that your puppy starts feeling better. Reading Babel, oh my goodness, then you're tackling an amazingly big book that intimidates me. So best of luck. I hope you enjoy it. Hello, Anne, reading Out of Nowhere by Sandra Brown for room 4. Very nice. I also see Margaret's here. Hi, Margaret. How are you? I see that you are reading The Hunting Moon. I've never heard of that. Very interesting. If you recommend it, let us know. They gave us some medicine to settle everything down and make her more comfortable. And we're just hoping that is all she needs. Yeah, sometimes it's just time. You almost have to wait it out. So I do hope that that's the case too. So close. Not going to lie, the Wolf of Wall Street movie is better than the book. The book was rather boring. Oh, interesting. Honestly, sometimes I think that's the case, especially depending on like the drama and how they can do it. Sometimes movies aren't as good, but they also can get you into the action. Team Green in the house. Yes, Nell. Finishing up an extra prompt today. Awesome, Chris. Reading Justin Torres's Blackouts, which is a finalist for the National Book Award. Oh my goodness, awesome. Oh no, I hope room 5 waits until Monday. Oh no, Katy, I know. There's been a lot of chatter. I would love to see other people's predictions in the chat, but I think Kelsea and I we're thinking it might be tonight. It could be tomorrow, maybe tomorrow morning. But I feel as though Kelsea and I don't have as much faith in Rainey being nice, so maybe that's why we have this prediction. We could be completely wrong though. It's so easy to love being in this world, so much going on, but I'm here for it. Awesome. Oh, that's amazing. That's the best feeling. Assuming room 5 is going to drop on your sprints. Oh my gosh, the pressure of it. It's okay. We'll all be here together. No matter what team we're on, we'll support each other if we enter room 5 tonight. Yeah, I'm hoping it doesn't drop until tomorrow or Monday, probably tomorrow. So there's a prediction for maybe tomorrow. I'm going to be starting The Fall of Shane McCade by Nora Roberts because Tina's a part of Nora November as well. A few of us are juggling multiple readathons at the same time. You have 30 people. I know this is honestly, I'm going to tell you all right now, I'm doing my best to hold my composure, but I think this is probably the most or close to the most amount of people who've watched my sprints before. So I'm very excited, and I promise we'll do a lot of productive reading and maybe chores or errands or whatever you need to do tonight. And I'll be going for quite a long time. I'm not sure how long, but I'm going to be going probably until I go to bed. I haven't read Shutter Island yet, but I own it, and Mystic River, same author, because Mystic River, the movie, is one of my all-time favorites. I didn't know they were books before I watched. Don't worry. Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, you know what? I'm just out of the loop. I never know when something's a book or when it's a movie. I do have some sprints scheduled for tonight at 8 p.m., but I think I might cancel them. I'm feeling pretty tired, but I did cancel my sprints last week. You know what, Tina? That's okay. You can always reschedule them. I know that you were mentioning you just canceled others, but life happens, and when life gets kind of chaotic, whether it's emotional or like socially or mental stress, whatever it is, like it's okay. BookTube will always be here, and we've mentioned this in other sprints before, but we're a really supportive community. So if you do have to take a break from sprints sometimes, like on screen, that's okay. We'll be here in the comments no matter what when you're ready. Haven't read Mystic River yet either. Yeah, I've also been trying to get more into like thriller and like horror this year. So I think that that's just also genre areas I'm not as familiar with. Hello, Linz. How are you? I'm reading Hell's Paradise, Volume 12 for an extra book for Team Mrs. White. Lovely. A lot of us are on bonus prompts too, which is probably a great feeling for you all. Oh my God, yes, I am a bit overwhelmed because I don't know if I can finish all the books. That's okay. Again, don't worry about it. If you're someone who listens to audiobooks, you can always supplement with an audiobook. A lot of people have been kind of taking like palette cleanser breaks with graphic novels or manga. So there are like other ways where you can, I don't know, ease the tension, especially if you aren't really interested in reading a bunch of like tomes every single time. Yeah, no pressure. Exactly, Nell. Thanks for showing us the support of that in the comments. Go Team Mrs. White. Hello, I'm finishing up the Puzzle Master. It's really good. Lovely. Are you doing the Clue Readathon? I don't think Coda is. He's just a voracious reader who's like always on sprint all the time and always supporting us, which is lovely, and always up for a good chat. Okay, yes, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it so far. Yes, welcome, welcome, welcome. I found the readathon very fun. Yeah, and there's still so much to go to, so don't feel as though now's not the time to stress. Just enjoy yourself. I was hoping to get some bonus books in this round, but I'm reading bigger books at the moment. Here's hoping we have more time. Yeah, and also it's always one of those things where either you read one huge book or you read a shorter one and then you get a few bonus points, and I don't know how it culminates in the end to averaging out, but I feel like it's all right. Hello, Ro. Welcome. How are you? Hi, hope everyone is well. I'm doing well, Christina, and it sounds that there's a mixed bag of people who need these sprints and people who are just continuing to socialize and enjoy their Saturday. Adulting today and helping son finish up first marking period assignments still. Oh my goodness, thanks for smooshing the like button, and I wish you and your son luck. I'm sure he's feeling the stress of it too. Hoping to read in between everything else. Yeah, I hope you do too. I will not join for long because my friends are waiting for me in a game, but I think I will do the first one. Oh, yeah, lovely. Yes, welcome. Hope you're enjoying your book. Sprints are so fun. They help me read and cross. Yeah, it's really nice, especially because there's going to be a break, so you can have fun and socialize while also getting stuff done. Loving the book, really wanting more. Great. I plan to start doing sprints next year when I get my channel up and running. Lovely. Oh my gosh, Anne, that's awesome. Trying to decide on a name for my channel. I know, isn't that crazy? To try to think of a name, being like, what's my brand? What am I trying to suggest? With that said, you can always change your name. I think just today I realized that this really large booktuber, what's his name? It was How to Train Your Gavin. He just changed his name to Gavin Reads It All. And he's this huge, name who's been here for years. And so it just goes to show you that, yes, you kind of want a name that you feel comfortable with, but it's never set in stone. You can always change it. Even though I'm not ready to move on to room 5, I feel like it's going to be tonight or tomorrow morning. It'll at least give me time to plan for when I finish Iron Flame. Yeah, that's true. Hi, everyone. Hello, Monica. We'll be listening to my audiobook while doing my bullet journal setup. Woohoo! Sounds good. And we've got some Team White in the house. Hello, Shannon. Which genres do you wish to read more of? I actually mentioned that I don't read thrillers and horrors very often. I'm trying to read more of that. I think that especially horror, that's a genre I'm trying to read more of. Especially like sci-fi horror. I feel like for some reason that really intrigues me. So that's kind of a genre and then a bit of a subgenre mixed in there. Thanks for asking. Also, I just subscribed. Oh my gosh, thanks, Monica. I can't believe I wasn't already subscribed since discovering you during the amazing readathon. Oh, that's okay. Sometimes we also like get busy. It's really nice that you've shown your support anyway, in different ways too. So subscribing is just one way that you can kind of be friendly and support people. So thanks. Reading Unwanted Guest, 10% in. Very nice. You're just at the beginning, so I'm sure there's so much to come. Team Scarlet. If it's by Shari Lapina, I loved that. Boom. Gave it 4 stars. Love that book. Gave it 4 stars. Lovely. I'm curious, is it better to read a huge book for the main prompt rather than the bonus prompt, or do the page counts just get combined? Yeah, that's a good question. I think it depends, especially on like how many of the extra like bonus elements you get. So if you're reading a large book for your like main prompt read and it hits like a host favorite, maybe it's LGBTQ author, maybe it's a BIPOC author, it's got a murder mystery, there's so many bonus points you can get up on top of that. So I think that almost is more important. Like, yes, you want to read a lot of pages, but for instance, if you're reading a book that doesn't hit any of those, then it might actually be smarter to do it as a bonus prompt. So I think it just kind of depends. My personal recommendation is if it fits the prompt and you know you're going to really enjoy it, you're probably going to read it faster. And then once you get that done, you can then just add on bonus reads and the sort like that. But I think everyone has a different strategy. So just do what you think works out best for you. I'm not doing the readathon. I didn't think so because I've already got so many reading goals. Yeah, it makes sense. Always reading Wheel of Time and one other book, often because it's being adapted soon. Could probably just use the Wheel of Time prologues for the prompt requirements. I visited my grandmother at her nursing home yesterday and told her about the readathon. She and her roommate said it sounded fun and they'd like to join if only they were younger. Honestly, isn't that so funny, this idea of readathons and booktube, and like so many people don't, or even reading sprints. A lot of people, if they're not a part of this community, they're like, what are you doing? Are you in like a book club and reading together online? I'm like, no, we're just all reading different books and enjoying each other's company while supporting each other reading. It's very funny to think about outsiders kind of looking in, being like, what is a readathon? I just finished Killers of the Flower Moon. Oh, that's right. But I found out the movie is 3.5 hours long. I didn't realize that. So I'll be waiting for stream now. I'm just getting started on Songbirds and Snakes before the movie comes out next week. I didn't realize that it was coming out that next week. Killers of the Flower Moon is on my TBR. I've been meaning to read it just for years in general. And now that I know that the movie was coming out, I was like, well, I should have read that earlier, but here we are. Hello, Meredith. We have another co-host in the comments who's at work, unfortunately, but thanks for stopping in. She represents Team Green with Nell. 37-ish pages left and no one leaves the castle. Team Plum, yay, Megan! I'm so excited because Megan's reading one of my host favorites. It's a middle grade fantasy murder mystery and it's so fun. So I'm really glad that Megan's reading it and she seems to be enjoying it so far. So I hope its ending is satisfying to you, because it was really satisfying to me. I did not realize we could stack those bonuses up. Yeah, so you can stack them up for the main room prompt. With the bonus prompt, you can't. So that's why it's almost strategic that if it hits a bunch of those things and it happens to hit a room prompt, you should be reading it for a room prompt, not for like a bonus. Because the bonus, you don't get any of those extra like LGBTQ or BIPOC or anything like that kind of extra points. Hopefully I'm making that make sense. For the round, the pages you read for the room prompt and the pages for any book, any bonus book submitted during that round are combined. Yeah, so like pages kind of like, it's not like you're losing out on pages, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I think Nell answered that. You always slip in without me seeing. That's so funny. That she does, doesn't she? Until we reveal her on screen, so she can't hide for long, can she now? Okay. On that note, again, if anyone has questions about the readathon, like for specific questions, there are so many hosts in the chat that they can answer you. I feel badly because I do my best in Team Plum to answer questions. And I think people have realized that I do better as a cheerleader role where I'm just like, you guys are doing great. So the technical questions, I do my best, but it's really nice to know that there's a bunch of other hosts in the chat to kind of clarify if I don't know what I'm talking about. It's a quick read, only 9 hours on audio. This is for Killers of the Flower Moon, I'm assuming. Big text, lots of pictures. Oh, I didn't realize that. I was able to listen to part 1 at 2.65 speed. Okay, oh my gosh. And that's good to know because Coda, you don't really tend to listen very quickly on audiobooks like me. So that makes me feel better because she reads so slow. The next 2 parts, I had to slow down. Okay, that makes sense. I thought it was interesting, but not the best nonfiction I've ever read. Not that I've read a ton. I know I don't read nonfiction enough, but that's good to know. Not having too high expectations, but feeling informed. Like I think that's the most important part about nonfiction for me. Uh, Okay, we have reached the end of the comments. And so let me get us situated. So you can see I've got this lovely plum room that looks as though a murder or a crime has occurred. I've set us up for 45 minutes so far. If people really want longer sprints or shorter at any time, just let me know. I was thinking about switching it up depending on how we were feeling and what was going on here in my home. But at the moment, we'll do 45. Okay, so I wish everybody luck. Let's cross our fingers that a prompt doesn't hit during this sprint so that I can finish this book and a few of you can get progress as well. But I will see you guys in 45. Hello, everybody. How did everyone do? I'm so excited that both Nell and Bree have joined me, which is lovely. How did you all do? I know you kind of Nell, you joined right when the sprint started. Then Bree, you came in about maybe a little after halfway, something around there. Nell, you can start. Oh, I don't know why I'm doing this in silence, but I can hear you. You're muted.
Love that.
I was like miming, like I can speak.
Love that. I didn't hear what you said because I had your sprint pulled up in another tab, so it was talking in double time, and I was like, "Where?" I forgot that I had your sprint pulled up. So I was like, "Why is he talking twice? Like, where is the sound coming from?"
Like, why is there an echo? Yeah. What did you do this sprint now? And also, you can introduce yourself and what team you're on.
Oh yeah, sure. So I ate lunch. And I kind of listened to my audiobook, but also was trying to decide. I'm very indecisive when it comes to like buying things. I'm very like particular about what I do with my money. And so I've been going back and forth with myself in my mind about which tights to buy. Something that's so stupid, but like trying to decide which tights to buy. I think I finally decided which ones I'm going to get. So I'm like in the process of doing the checkout or whatever. But that was I talked to my mom for a little bit. And I think that was pretty much all I did during that sprint. And then in terms of an introduction, hi, I'm Nell. I see a lot of familiar names in the comments, so a lot of you probably already know who I am, but I'm Nell Diamond, not to be confused with Neil Diamond. I know we look so much alike. I understand. I do all the bookish stuff on my channel, the vlogs, the hauls, the TBRs, all the stuff. I read a lot of mystery and rom-coms, mystery thrillers and rom-coms. That's like my go-to. But technically, I read a little bit of everything. The only thing I probably don't really read is sci-fi. That's probably the only genre that like I don't really dip my toe in too much. But other than that, I read a little bit of everything.
Woohoo! Yay! Welcome. I know you've been sprinting all day as well, so you're like probably doing a bit of productivity, decompressing a bit before you get back into reading. Bree, how are you? What are you up to? And if you'd like to introduce yourself, you can. But I'm sure a lot of people know who you are and who Nell is, so I don't know why I made her introduce herself, but it's fine.
I am the other co-host for Team Plum. So we have all the representation today. I am reading, well, I took the dust jacket off, but I'm reading Iron Flame. So I'm in the middle of chapter 15, 17. I literally just looked at it when Nell was talking, and then I 17. Completely forgot. But I'm kind of like immersion reading it, so listening to it on audio and physically reading it.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, nice. And this is a bonus book for you, right?
It is a bonus book. Yeah, I finished the room book yesterday, and then I figured I was like, well, let's just knock out a tome.
Yeah, why not?
How is it? Are you liking it?
I'm liking it more than I liked Fourth Wing. I think that I don't know. I don't know if she just like actually listened to the valid criticisms that happened in Fourth Wing and like adjusted things, or if she was planning to do that all along. I don't know. It's better.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. Woohoo. Well, I finished my Room 4 book. Yahoo! Yes. I can finally join everyone else who's been celebrating that they're done. And I'm giving it 5 stars. I really loved it. It was so fun. It was very funny, and just you didn't have to take it seriously, which was the perfect read for me. So yeah.
What's the publication year for that book? Because like I've never heard, before you picked it up, I had never heard of it.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I wonder if maybe it's one of his older ones.
You know what? So 2019, so about 4 years ago. Really? Yeah, so not too long ago, but not too recent either, I guess. Since
when we're like the year before Boyfriend Material, because that was a 2020 release.
Yeah, and I think we all kind of agreed. Like, I haven't read anything else by him, but I know that this is a bit like different from everything else that people know of, as far as it being like very fantastical Sherlockian retelling, like just kind of a bit out of left field. But I've really enjoyed it, and I hope that there are more excitement. I don't know, like more adventures for Shahrazad Haas in the future. Like I would totally read more if this became a series. I don't know if it is. I don't think it's going to be, but it was lovely. I don't know where I left off. Oh, here we are. Oh, actually, So Alicia ended up getting 32 pages read in Evelyn Hardcastle. Very nice, which is, again, one of Nell's host picks, which is lovely. I'm going slower with this read. Of course, it's a dense one, but it seems really enriching. Like when I started it, I know I'm going to finish it. What'd you say, Brie?
I said I'm pretty sure that like that's a dense book, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes on in that book.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Had supper. Nice. I was making puppets with my son. Very nice. Aww. Should be able to read in this next sprint. Aw, yeah, but that's really fun. I can't remember the last time I made like a puppet or any type of craft. I've made it to 82%, just over 100 pages. Great. Also, I will like adjust these comments so that we're not covering Bree's face in the next sprint because it's just straight up. You can see her hands working underneath the comment, and then that's about it. Hello, I read a chapter and a half. Great, Beatrice. Very happy for you. Read 3 chapters of Hell's Paradise, and now I'm sad. Oh no! I wonder, did the events within the book affect you in a certain way? Listened to some of the Atlas Paradox, really hoping that the new prompt doesn't drop today.
Same.
No, we don't know. I'm feeling confident now that I've finished my book, and I'm like, I don't care if it drops. Whereas before,
I'm thinking because Rainey has a tendency to drop them on my sprints that it'll be tomorrow morning.
Dun 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 dun. Yeah, Brie, you're the kind of dark cloud where like as soon as Brie, like that's when it happens. She's like, oh, Brie's comfortable with chaos.
She's like, oh, Brie's sprinting. Okay, we'll do it now.
Like, let's just derail every plan that you have.
Yep.
Yes. Hello,
yeah, I'm also thinking that it's probably going to be tomorrow. That's what at least I'm hoping. I'm thinking, but also hoping that it'll be tomorrow.
Like, I'm honestly hoping for tomorrow night because then, like, I could potentially get this finished. Although Derek walked in this afternoon and he goes, "Hey, aren't we going to a comedy show tonight?" And I was like, "Yep, totally forgot about that." So, like, that derailed a few hours of my reading.
Oh my gosh, you're like, that's right. I have other plans.
Dang it, I have to go be an adult and socialize.
Like, oh man, you have to talk to people. The worst.
It's gonna be a fun show though.
Oh, have you like seen this comedian before, or
I found him on TikTok?
Ooh,
yeah, and so like that's how we have a comedy like house down in downtown Salt Lake, and so it's like a restaurant, and then like so you can like eat dinner, and then there's like a comedy show.
That sounds so fun. Yeah. I've never been to a comedy show before, but I was like, that sounds like a really fun night.
Yeah, no, it's fun. I've been to this place once before with another comedian, but I've only seen this guy like on TikTok. And then he's like, yeah, I'm going to be in Salt Lake next week. I was like, cool.
Like in that case.
His name's Fresh King Benjamin.
Okay.
He grew up in Wyoming in a polygamous Mormon cult and then left the church and now is like entering the world as a secular person at like 30 something.
Oh my gosh. I'm obviously, well, I'm assuming that fuels a bit of his humor and a bit of his comedy.
Probably. And then it'll be like really interesting in Salt Lake.
Yeah, especially. Oh my gosh. Okay, you're gonna have to like let us know how that ends up being. Yeah, that's so cool. Read 3 chapters of the bonus book. Nice, productive reading so far. Hey, Nell and Bree. Hey, yes. Hello, Tina. just reach your hand over. Hello. Like you're trying to climb up over the comments. Right. 11 pages for me. Great, Margaret. Switching to my audiobook so I can go on a walk while there's still light. Lovely.
Oh, yeah, it's dark here now. It's already dark.
I know. It honestly, it's too dark for me. I can see the light through Bree's window. Lovely.
I think it's like 3 o'clock here.
Yeah, you're like,
well, it's only 5 o'clock here and it's already dark.
I know. I had to go for a walk earlier today because I was like, as soon as sprints start, it's going to be almost pitch black for me. There's no way it's going to happen. I got to page 204 in True Love Experiment and finished baking cookies.
Nice.
I could eat like a whole batch of cookies right now, like a couple dozen. I'm so hungry. Oh my gosh. Yeah. In the next sprint, I'm probably going to be making myself some food.
Yay,
Reading Anxious People. I know.
Let me know how you like it. That was the book that I got her for her birthday. So you have to let me know how you like it.
Oh my gosh. That's so lovely. Awesome. Yeah. Hopefully she enjoys it. I was talking to my parents and then decided to start cleaning my room. Nice. Looked it up, my bed, and found mold on my bottom. Oh my gosh, what? That is terrible. Yeah, I hope that gets situated, Tina, because that's not a great sleeping arrangement or living arrangement. Ma'am didn't have time to listen to criticism with that release schedule. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, says the woman who caused all of this chaos not long ago.
Oh no! She's talking about Iron Flame.
Yeah.
Oh, she's talking about Iron Flame. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, all right.
Because
it
wasn't supposed to come out until next year, and they pushed up the release for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I know that Brittany was even talking about how the questioning the schedule anyway, especially because does that mean like there's going to be another book in a year that's pushing up every other
unless
book?
It was trying to like hit some sort of like 2023 like sales numbers, or I don't know, like there had to have been a reason, because otherwise, like, why?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of ratings, what is the difference for the panelists when it comes to giving a 4-star or a 5-star review? That's a good question, Shannon. Nell, would you like to start with your answer, or Brie?
I mean, a 5-star for me, for me, I feel a 5-star. A 4-star is a good book. A 5-star, the only expression I can think of is like it hits different. Like it's a different type of reaction that I feel when I'm reading a book, and I feel this throughout the book. And there could be different reasons why I feel that way. It could be like it's so funny and I'm cracking up laughing, or it could be the plot is so well, like with 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle, that plot is so amazingly thought out, and I couldn't find any holes. Like it was done so well, and I'm just like, this person is a genius. Like, how did they come up with this? So it's a different reasons, but it's like, it has to be something where like I'm impressed, or like I feel something that other books don't make me feel. A 4-star is just a really good book.
So I have a very analytical reason to it. In that I have a whole video on my channel about this. But I have 5 different things that I rate on a scale of 1 to 5, and then the average comes out, and that determines what the star rating is. So if the average comes out to like 4.4 to 4.6, it's 4.5, and then 4.7 or higher, it's a 5-star.
Yeah, that's helpful, especially if you kind of want to be a bit more like logical about it and like quantify it. So you're like, okay, well, according to all of this like data.
Because like the thing is that like before I was doing that, it was like whatever I was feeling at the very end of the book was usually how the book would be rated, and like sometimes that's not always the case. And so like I base it based on character development, world building, writing style, plot, and then the last one is just enjoyment, which is like how you feel about the book. And so it like each thing is worth 20%. So you can have like really good world building, but the plot is like, you don't know her.
Yeah. Who is she? Yeah. No, that's so interesting. For me, I tend to DNF really easily and frequently. It's really rare if I stick with a book and give it 2 or 1 stars. And if I give it 1 star, that means it's just there are so many issues, like problematic. I think it's a harmful read or whatever the case is. And so usually for me, a 3 is the lowest I'll give a book that I finished, because it's like, oh, I finished it. Like that means it was worth finishing. So with a 4 and a 5, I am a bit also analytical, but I feel with every passing year, I am a bit kinder. Like I feel like I'm not as critical, because I'm like, look at me, I am this literary person who's judging someone.
I'm the opposite. I've had the fewest 5-star reads this year than any other year.
That's so interesting, and it just shows how we like can change as readers in different ways. Like we can either be a bit more particular, especially because when you read so many books, you kind of you're like, how can all of these be 5 stars? No, you might want to be a bit more selective.
Well, and you have the standard. If you're like, no, this book was 5 stars, and this book is good, but like it's not like this book.
Yeah, and I think it depends on how familiar you are with a certain genre.
Yeah,
because when you've read so much of a certain genre, I think it's harder to get a 5-star out of that genre. Versus one where it's like so new to you. You're like, oh my gosh, this is so exciting. I have no idea what's happening. And it's like, well, of course it's a 5-star because you're so impressed you haven't, but it all depends.
That's why I don't reread thrillers.
Specifically.
Because I don't read a lot of them, but I've read more in the past couple of years. And so like some of the ones that I read in 2020 that were 5 stars and like favorite books of the year that year I don't know that I would still love them.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're just gonna live in the nostalgia.
Yeah. Because with a thriller, like a mystery, it's like it's the you not knowing, you being on the edge of your seat, waiting to see what's gonna happen. And so when you reread it and you already know how it pans out, it gives you time to look at other things and be more critical of other things that you probably weren't paying attention to.
And thrillers tend to be tropey, and so if you're just like, well, this book did that trope better.
Yeah, that's true. And I think it depends. You almost have to go in with a different kind of intention. Like even with mysteries, a lot of people like mysteries and thrillers, there's a lot of similarities, but they are different. And with mysteries, if I ever were like, I've reread mysteries for different reasons. And usually like my argument is if you're going to reread a mystery, it becomes the villain's narrative because you're reading to see what the villain is doing, being like, oh, this is how they act. And then just kind of seeing how well they, were able to fool you in the first place. But like, you have to go in with a different plan, not being like, oh, let me see if I solve the mystery. It's like, no, that's off the table. We already, unless you don't remember it. So you have to go in and be a creative reader and decide how you're going to find enjoyment out of it. So yeah, it's interesting. Good question, Shannon, though. Shannon and Ro always bring up like really interesting questions. I re-listened to the first podcast episode of Welcome to Night Vale. It remains a favorite of mine. It's funny and spooky. Oh, awesome. I have a bunch of crafts I've started but not finished. Honestly, yep, sounds about right. That's how I am with ADHD. Oh yeah. Say that is a symptom, or definitely shows some ADHD symptoms there. But in lifting up my bed, I did find my remote that I've been looking for about a week. Lovely. Okay, silver lining for sure. Still on video chat. Currently working on a cross stitch. Another crafter. Have you on for watch time? Oh, thanks, Anne. I will join back in the fun when I can. Oh, that's all right. Thanks. Maybe she does it as payback from Amazing Readathon Chaos. Drop it during
exactly what it is. I think when Rainey was building this Readathon, she's like, I'm gonna have Bree host just to show her exactly how chaotic it was.
Yes. That's so funny. Well, the thing is, though, it's not even, it's working in her favor, but kind of isn't, because it's also causing chaos in her life. She's like not enjoying her reads. She's like behind. And I was like, this totally backfired on you, Rainey.
Yep. Right?
Yeah. We have another co-host in the comments. Hi, Kelsea. Back home and was going to join sprints tonight, but I'm tired. Totally fine. So going to hang out in the comments. I'm at 47% of a good girl's guide to murder. Yes. And hoping to finish it up by tomorrow morning at the latest. Yes. Good luck, Kelsea. A friendly desert community where the sun is hot, the moon is beautiful, and mysterious lights pass overhead while we all pretend to sleep. That remains one of my favorite opening sentences. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that does sound really like an eye-catching sentence. Oh my God, what time is it where you are? I'm from Portugal, and it's, oh my gosh, it's 10:15. Yeah. I will maybe join one more sprint. And it goes, totally fine, Beatrice. I do not blame you. I'm rereading Hell's Paradise and forgot about, something that was coming up with one of my favorite characters. Hits me right in the feels every time. Oh, that stinks that you weren't able to, like, that's the one good thing about rereading is you're like, I can prepare for these moments, and you couldn't prepare. Has Brianna met any of the Salt Lake City housewives? Would she ever go on the show? Did you say no?
But they are actually, I think some of them are coming to the company that I work for has a restaurant opening next week. And I'm pretty sure a few of them are going to the influencer event, like prior to opening. I won't be there, but
you'll be close.
Apparently they're like terrible people in real life.
I'm sure that there's always like a different, like we have different selves ourselves. Like we're different at work, we're different with our friends, we're different with our family. So there's, of course, you're different on screen, like when you're performing in a reality television thing. Yeah, for sure. I'm hoping Sad Cypress will fit into the next prompt as I've been holding off so I can use it. That's one of my host favorites. So when you read it, if you do, I hope you enjoy it. Just rejoined, had to finish No One Leaves the Castle. Yay! I absolutely adored that book. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you made it one of your favorites, Leandra. Oh, yes, of course. I never would have found it otherwise. Yeah, I knew it was going to be a bit of an obscure one because it also just came out. It's also a middle grade. So, but I kind of wanted to give it as an option for those who lean towards middle grade or maybe needed an easier read because it's a long month. And so if someone's feeling stressed, a middle grade is kind of one of the many palette cleansers you can choose. It's so good so far. Very nice. I'll say that makes Nell happy. It's 5:17 here. Yeah, same here. Or well, no, it shows this actually is a great time marker to show how far behind comments. We're only 10 minutes behind, but it's very funny. It'll be dark by the time I get back. Yeah, for sure. I just started using the Caw Pile method, and I think that is a really nice
mine's a variation of Caw Pile. It doesn't have.
I was gonna say that's what yours sounded like.
It was like created from Caw Pile.
Mm-hmm. Like you kind of took elements you liked about Caw Pile, but then adapted it to
because there was some things that I felt because when I started doing this back in like 2019, I think I wasn't reading a lot of fantasy. And Caw Pile is mostly designed for fantasy.
That makes
sense. She is a fantasy reader, right? Because it's things like logic and I was reading romance at the time, so I'm like, it's romance.
Like logic, romance.
Yeah, right. So I just kind of like adapted and took the 5 things that I needed, whereas Caw Pile has 7 or 8.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I always think about Caw Pile, and I'm like, I don't have the time to like go into that kind of subject of that. This is a newer imprint or whatever at Entangled, and the fast release schedules is part of their strategy. Yeah, that makes sense. That's like a 5-hour difference. Yeah, approximately. I gotta get what I call the 5-star fuzzies for it. Oh yeah, to be a 5-star. Yeah, I get that too. I think like sometimes with a 5, it might be completely technical. There's all these reasons why I like it. But there are times where I'm like, you know what? I just had so much fun. I know it's flawed. I don't care. And so I just give it a 5. So it very much depends. My mood will affect if I give a book a 5 or not.
I kind of think of it as like like the little like chart that like monitors like your heart and it like goes up and down or whatever. Like it's kind of like that. Like if this book can like make this go off the charts, then I'm like, okay, this is probably a 5-star book.
So do you go in, because I find myself unconsciously doing this, like when I start a book, I'm like, this is a 3.5-star book, and then it's either going to go up or down.
You're like your baseline, and you're like, okay,
like 3 to 3.5 is like your baseline, and then it's like it's either going to go up or down.
Yeah.
For sure. Or sometimes if I'm reading,
do that.
Yeah, or if I'll be like at the 50-page mark, and I try not to do this because it honestly, then I can't stop thinking about it. But if I immediately have like a star rating in my head after like 100 pages, I like constantly keep reflecting back, being like, has it gone up or down? Versus if I just read a book and don't think about it, I feel like it impacts me if I immediately say, okay, this feels like a 3-star halfway through, and I'm like, oh, that it's already. Yeah.
If you really want to mess with your head and like really analyze what a 5-star means, try doing one of those. This vlog can't stop till I get a 5-star, because it will have you questioning what even is a 5-star.
Yeah, I thought about doing that. The reason why I haven't done it is because I apparently don't know myself well at all. And so I'll pick out books and I'm like, oh, this is going to be 5 stars. And then it isn't. Like none of my 5-star predictions for the year have been 5 stars.
That sucks. Yeah, I'm always, I think I'm also more readily able to give something a 5-star if it surprises me and I go in not knowing. Where it's, if I have this really high expectation, I can feel myself being so much more critical about it. It's tough.
Right. Yeah,
it's a tough life being a reader.
So far were surprises.
Yeah. Oh, that's so interesting to think about. Like, difference between the ones you expect to be 5 and then the ones you're like, nope, I didn't know anything about the author, didn't know anything about anything. Yes, and then Moore joined us. Hello, welcome. And Margaret mentioned that she's from Florida. I'm with Nell on rereading stuff. I love getting to see all the little clues and dissect. Yeah. that can definitely be fun, especially depending on the type of book. Got bills done. Oh my gosh, adulting almost done. Math is done for the day. Now history and English, and decided on supper for today and tomorrow. Awesome. I used to be a primarily thriller reader, but I don't read as much now because so many are too similar with the tropes, I'm sure. And when I look back on past reads, I couldn't even tell you what the twists were. Yeah, that I think that with thrillers, I think Brie, you've mentioned this, that the more thrillers you read, yeah, like you just kind of, it gets harder for you to find a 5-star because you're like, oh, reflecting back on old reads, being like, was that as good as I thought, or was it just because it was the first time?
That's the thing, because like I loved The Silent Patient when I read it, and like now people are reading it. I don't know why, because it's like a 3-year-old book, but like now people are reading it. And they're like, oh, it's fine. But like, I guessed it 100 pages in. And I was like, how? I was dying at that ending. But, like, it was one of the first thrillers I ever read.
That's how I feel about We Were Liars. Like when We Were Liars was like super popular last year, people were like loving it. And I read it and I was like, I got to like page 71. And I was like, I know exactly what's going to happen in the rest of this book. I was like, why do people like this book? But I guess if you're not someone who's read a ton of thrillers, then it caught you by surprise.
Yeah.
100%. I think the crafting thing is more on the guilt I get from doing something unproductive. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, my father's in the comments. Hello, Dad. He can't read, but listening to all of us. Hello, Dad. He's currently reading, if he hasn't finished it yet, Appleseed by Matt Bell, which was my favorite book last year. I just gathered a bunch of books, gave them to him to read, and that one's like a sci-fi dystopian. It's cli-fi, and honestly, it's brilliant. Not enough people are reading it. But yes, hello, Father. I read a lot of fantasy, so it made sense for me to use Compile. Yeah, of course, definitely. I feel like I hit most of Compile when thinking about books anyway. Oh, sure. But there is just a certain je ne sais quoi when I assign a 5-star. Yeah, I get that. I'm always checking in with what I think I'm going to rate a book. Yeah, I just, you can't help it, especially when you're so used to doing it. It becomes an automatic thing you think about. Hey guys, hope you are doing well. We're doing well, Christina. Thanks for joining. Sorry I haven't commented in so long. I just have been juggling school. No apologies. You're fine. But I am trying to decide what to read for fun tonight after homework. Well, if you need suggestions or if you have a few titles in mind, we are more than happy to help. And also never apologize if you need to take a break from YouTube or from watching and life gets busy. It seems like juggling school's important. So yeah, don't worry about it. Brianna, what are you working on down there? Yeah, what are you working on?
This is my genre blanket.
I love that you're doing a genre blanket. That is so
This is actually part 2 because I read too much in a year. So I finished one. I got to the end of June and it was the size of a couch blanket. And these are going in my living room. And so I didn't want anything massive. So I have a January to June and then now a July to December.
That's perfect.
I love it. Are you doing the same colors for both or did you change colors?
Same colors, yeah. So because like my living room has a couch and a love seat, so it actually ended up working out really well because now we just have 2 blankets that will match.
I love that. That's so cool, especially because you can probably just see the layers of how like you change.
Yeah, like you can tell like this right here, like this big green part, like that was rom-comathon, and then like there's a lot of horror, which is the purple color in October right now, and like because they did all of that, like that big video of thrillers and horrors last like on Halloween, so there's a lot of purple right in this spot.
That is so crazy. That's almost like a seasonal reading as well, and you're seeing
yeah, it's cool because you can kind of like because so the 2 will look similar because they're the same colors, but they'll be different because it'll be like different. Like April had like a lot of fantasy because I was doing Realmathon.
Yeah, I love that. If I could do that, I would totally do it. Are you crocheting as well?
What?
Is it crocheting or are you knitting?
It's crocheting, yeah.
Cool. Okay. So yeah. If you ever want to show me, I would love that.
Oh yeah. It's super easy. And then like when I'm doing sprints and stuff, I'm always crochet. If I'm not hosting, it's hard to do when you're hosting because you have to like click on the comments. But if I'm not hosting, I'm like always crocheting during the chatty minutes.
Yeah, no, I think I'll take you up on that because I've been thinking that would be such a fun, like nice hobby to do, especially with your hands. Because I know that speaking of Margaret in the comments, she tends to also often be doing something with her hands. And I'm like, oh, that's so smart. And then other people in the comments can join us too if they ever want to learn. Hello, Jillian. How are you? Welcome. I wonder if Rainy will drop right before bedtime for people in opposite time zones. I'm trying to remember.
I know she had an all-day rehearsal today, so I'm confident it's not going to happen at least until tonight.
Yeah. I guess that's the key.
Things on Discord, you have to immediately post them. So there's no way to say, I would like this to go off at 4:30.
Right.
Oh, so they're no scheduling. Yeah, it's it's not like you can do a boomerang email.
There's no way to do it.
Yeah. So basically, our tip is to learn everything about Rainy's life, and then you can predict when she's going to drop things. But please do not stop
no
her.
one believed me during Amazing Readathon. I literally was like, guys, I'm on a date tonight. I'm not dropping anything. I was posting pictures of our dinner and stuff. And they're like, doesn't matter. She's still going to drop it tonight.
Yeah. Or they're zooming in. Is there a clue in the background?
They're like, oh, food? Does that mean that the next prompt is food?
Yeah, oh, there's pasta. We're in Italy. That's what's going to happen. You're like, are you kidding me?
I was like, dude.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You caused so many conspiracy theories, I'm sure. So
Chaos gremlins.
Yes. Still reading The Stranger Upstairs. Still bored. Oh no. I'm sorry. I hope you can get through it. Hi friends. Hello, Steph. Just getting home from work. We'll be reading Iron Flame while you're joining Bree, which is lovely. Love it. I think I might do that next year. I've been unsuccessful with the temperature blankets the past few years. Yeah, where you do a temperature per day.
The temperature was hard. I tried to do one of those one year and I stopped very quickly. That one did not work because I travel so much that it didn't work for to do one row every single day. Whereas this is nice because you just when you finish a book, then you update it. I'm a little bit behind because when we were on vacation, I obviously didn't bring it with me, and then I just have been reading a lot. I wonder why.
I know, huh? I wonder why. Also, it's so funny because the more you read, the more your blanket can grow. But the more you read, the more you have to
yeah, exactly.
Where are we? Oh yeah, Christina. Crocheting is great to do during the chatty bits and while listening to audio or watching. Yeah, I was gonna say Christina does that all the time as well. Hello, welcome. I also love doing crochet, bags. Oh, and a little stuffies.
I love the little stuffies, yeah.
Yes, but I get a lot of wrist cramps because I do a lot of computer work. Yeah, that makes sense, depending on your job and everything else you do.
Yeah, I can't do more than 3 rows at a time.
Yeah. You gotta strengthen it up. Also, we use our wrists for holding books and doing. We do our wrists are so important. It's crazy.
Right?
Oh my gosh. It's as if we need them for whatever reason. I haven't touched my blanket since August. That's okay, Margaret. You have time. You can always return to it.
It's a double stitch and there's one row per book.
Ah, good to know. I know that's true because then you kind of want to make sure it's visible, but then
that's why I did the double stitch instead of just a single, because the single ones are so small. If I would have done a single, then I could have done one book, one blanket for the whole year. But I kind of like the idea of having 2.
Yeah, I think that's really fun because then you've got one side of the year, the other side, and you can kind of compare. You can kind of see. Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do for next year though, because I'm I have enough blankets now.
I know you just start keep making them, and you're we're just going to.
Well, I think what I'll probably do next year is use colors because these were colors that are in my living room, and I did that on purpose. So I think next year I'll do colors that are in my bedroom, and then it'll be the bedroom blanket.
Oh, I love that. Having eventually your entire house will be filled with certain years of room.
I have one in here.
Yeah. You can make blankets for your dogs. Craziness everywhere. I did a temperature blanket last year. I did a linen stitch square for each month. I still have 12 squares that need to be crocheted together. I'm thinking either manga. Which I don't love. Novel Deceived by the Gargoyle. Oh, Deceived by the Gargoyle is
really good things about that one. Shay just read it.
Ooh, okay, that's good to know. I was gonna say a lot of people have also been talking about Lillian Lark recently. Maybe other people have been reading this book. I'm not sure. or a graphic novel called The Mistwalker, which looks like a plus-size vampire. So appreciate it. Okay. But Bree has given you the go-ahead potentially through someone else, Lillian Lark. So if no one else has in the comments has any disagreements with that, if you're leaning towards it, Christina, go for it. You can never have enough blankets. Exactly. I am. You have a lot anyway. Yeah, you know what? More the merrier. It's fine. Just like then you can like lower your maybe heating bills and just like wear a blanket everywhere, just constantly, like kind of like a vampire instead. But you have,
right.
Like,
I can just get rid of the store-bought blankets and just have all the.
Exactly. There you go. I am a design student. So my computer is like my school material, and I'm doing my master's thesis this year. So I'm even more in front of the computer writing. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it has to be done, but sometimes it's not fun. I do perler beads and or melty beads.
Oh, I've seen those. Those are cool.
I've never even heard of them.
It's like I used to do that when I was younger.
Yeah, like I did it when I was a kid. Like you do them, like you put them on a pegboard in like an image, and it kind of looks like an 8-bit type design. And then you sit like an iron on it on like wax paper in between, and then it melts it, and then it like makes this design.
Oh my gosh, I totally forgot about that.
I forgot all about those.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, and a few other people in the comments are like, yeah, they do them too. That's cool. I'm thinking of going to read on my Christmas romance. Yeah, why not? Start the season early if you want. Or maybe it's not early for you at all. It's the time. It says that it is 65 in here, but I swear it's like 40. Always more blankets. Exactly. That literally you can see I'm literally wearing a blanket right now. I'm just like this. I'm cozying up all night. This is what I'm doing. We've reached the end of the comments though, so if we want, we can go into another sprint. Does 45 minutes sound good to everyone? On screen? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Well, then we'll do that. Let me zoom. Maybe I'll do, yeah, that works. Let me redo the little cat. I realize that you can, if you expand this screen, then the cat can get bigger without anything else seeming large everywhere else. So that's why, because before when I did this, like the cat was so tiny, I'm like, can people even see what time it is? Think smarter, not harder, right? Or work smarter, not harder. Anywho, yes, so Christina's good with 45 as well. Okay, then we will see everybody in 45 minutes. Hello. How did everybody do in the comments and then here on screen? Nell, how did you do?
I am at 95%, so almost done.
Ooh.
So close.
Woohoo! Very nice. Are you enjoying it?
No, but like I said before, it's not because the book is not good. It's just not my kind of book. Like thinking back on it, I was thinking about it during the sprint. I'm like, what are things that like I normally like in books as to why I'm not liking this one? And like I'm not a well-versed like fantasy reader. The only fantasy that I really read is like ACOTAR. But like the reason why I liked that so much was because like the banter, like that found family, like the guys are obviously really funny. They all are like, you know, that cheeky kind of like humor, whatever. Like there's no humor in this book at all. It's all very like tense all the time, like very serious, like a lot of teenage angst. Like it's not fun. It's not a fun book. I like fun.
Yeah, I understand that. How about you, Brie? Are you enjoying your book? How did you do?
I got to page 200, so I'm on chapter 21 now.
Nice.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. And you said you
still have like 8 hours left of the audiobook on my listening speed.
Oh my gosh, such a long book. It's a thick one.
Too long, yes.
Yeah, speaking of not nearly as long as that one, I ended up switching to a bonus book that I've been doing a buddy read all month. And I'm reading it with Danny over at Danny Dabbles. It's The Stone Sky. It's the third book in the Broken Earth trilogy series. Yeah, we're like the 5th season's the first one. And so we're finally on the 3rd book. And I literally have like less than an hour in the audiobook to be done with it. And so I'm so close to the end of the series. And of course, like everything is happening at once and all of these chaotic things. And I'm like, oh, the cat meowed. Anyways, that's the reality. But it's a really compelling series. But I definitely it's interesting to think that I probably wouldn't have gotten this far if I wasn't reading it with a friend. So like I find it really good. Like I've given every book a 4 stars, and I'm probably going to give this one 4 stars as well. But just because it's so complex, I was like, I don't think I'm the type of person who can read this by myself and dedicate myself to that series.
Yeah.
And neither of you, Nell, have you read 5th season, right?
I read the first one, yeah.
Okay. And then Brie, have you read any of the series?
No, I own the whole trilogy. And looking ahead at what my next month's Unhaul project is, they're all on there.
Oh, in 1 month too? Or is it just...
because I got it as like a Christmas gift. Like someone gave it to me as a Christmas gift. And so like I have the whole trilogy. Well, like I'll probably just like change the rules and only read one in the month. But yeah.
So that's smart. Because even I think we read these 3 books like in a matter of like 5 months. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a lot to get through. Okay, so to find where we started with the comments, firstly, I forgot to set the timer. And very kindly, Brie was like, okay, setting a time.
Well, we'll just do this.
I appreciate it so much. And then I made sure, because of that, I was like, okay, how do I? And then I changed the timer accordingly.
Yeah.
And there were really nice people in the comments being like, hey, Leandra, and I'm like, yeah. Meanwhile, I went like running to the kitchen because I also made dinner while I was listening, and so I was like, everything's going so well. There haven't been a problem yet during these sprints, and then I was like, here we go. So thank you so much, Brie. I really appreciate it. My team Plum looking out for me. So Nicole's here. Hello, Nicole. She is a co-host for Team White. I hope you're feeling a little bit better, Nicole. I know that you kind of been slowly on the mend. So yeah, rest when you can. Yes, Coda saying hello to Nicole. Finished. He finished his book. So that's book 10 of The Wheel of Time. Nice. Yeah. Very nice. I hope it ended on like a very satisfying note, but then I'm sure there's more in the series than just 10. Is it? I don't know, how long is that series?
I don't know.
I never read Time.
Yeah, I don't know. I know it's very long, so I'm sure you've got more. You and Nicole have more to go. Hello, Andy. Not sure how much longer you'll be going, but I'm jumping in. Honestly, Brie and Nell, you are both welcome to leave whenever you see fit. But I'm probably going to be going on for quite some time because we don't have any other team sprints. I don't want to go into anyone else's.
So no, I don't. Maybe it's tomorrow. I don't think there's any. Wait, is anybody tonight? Or are you the last one for tonight?
I think I'm the only one. So So yeah, because I was gonna say, like, if anything, I wouldn't want to like have us overlap too much with someone else. But since I'm the only one going, I'm more than happy to just keep going.
I'm
and
gonna
then
jump off after this chatty bit because I need to get ready to go.
Oh yeah, perfectly fine, totally cool. Oh yes, because you're going to the comedy show.
Yeah.
Woo! Have fun. It's gonna be great. Yeah. So Andy, I'll be here for a while at least. Reading "Stop Walking on Eggshells," a nonfiction book.
That
Oh
sounds
my gosh.
interesting.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like one of those self-help kind of telling you like, hey, like, take these actions. Hopefully you can find it insightful.
I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, right. So "Stop Walking on Eggshells." Just obviously a very eye-catching title too, which tells you exactly what they're telling you about. Got a few pages read, and then Luna, one of my dogs, decided it was cuddle time. Yeah, very understandable. Totally worth it to not get very productive. It's productive for your emotional health, I think, and for your dogs. Got up to 52% in The Stranger Upstairs. It finally just got a little bit interesting. Well, thank God. I mean, halfway through, but
this is really fascinating. Who was it that's reading this book?
Oh, so it looks like Andy. I think Andy said that
I would just be curious to know, how did you like come across this book? Because looking at what it's about, very fascinating topic, but also it's like a very like niche topic. So it's like, is this like something that you're studying like in school, or like is this for work? It's very interesting.
Yeah, is this one of the ones that Kayla from Books and Lala read during her like Visco video?
I don't know.
I think it might have been, because I feel like I recognize this title.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I recognize it because of like it being a bit of a like, what do you call it? Like an idiom, or if it's like I heard this title. Oh, when did it just come out, or do you see like a pub date?
Oh, it didn't show. Let me see if I can find it on Goodreads.
Maybe that'll tell us if we're like, oh yeah, we recognize it because it's like a publication in the last year or something.
Oh no, 1998. It's been out for a while.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. I wonder if it has like multiple editions. Like maybe it's been really impactful. So it's been like, that's why it continues to be really like thoughtful. And it could be for.
This is really interesting. I would just be curious to know like how you stumbled upon this book.
For sure. Well, Brittany has made it to 90%. Very nice. And I believe that's vicious. So you're so close to being done, Brittany. And then you can move on to something that might be a bit more entertaining for you. I read a whole chapter. Yes!
Yay!
I got supper started. Lovely. I know that you've been doing a lot of adulting tonight, Christina, so I'm glad you were able to enjoy it. Read about 40 pages. Great, Gabby. Started Love on the Brain and having a pretty good time so far. Who's the author of Love on the Brain? Is it Ali Hazel? Yeah, that's what I thought. I made a coffee. Great. Deciding whether to read my book or listen to my audio. Oh, yeah. Do you want to read with your eyes or do you want to read with your ears? That's the question. I've been reading with my ears like all month, basically. So I know what my choice would be. So let's see. Oh, 98% of Hellbent. You are so close to the end of that. Bree, you're going to be reading that soon, right? Because you finished Ninth House.
Yeah, because I have no doubt it will be part of the Goodreads Choice Awards this year.
That's right. That's why.
When do the awards, like when do they announce, not who won, but like who the nominees are?
Tuesday.
Okay. I was going to say very soon. I'm like,
Tuesday.
All right. Everybody mark your calendars. Read 14 pages of The Upside of Falling, ate pizza, and wrote a bit while watching Gravity Falls. Nice. Read about 35 pages. Great. Oh, the cat sound just scared me so much. I'm so sorry. I know that sometimes the cat can be really startling because it's this kind of soft, but it's a very like high pitched kind of meow.
Oh, every time it goes off, Schmidt like looks up like you've never met a cat in your life. How do you even know what that is?
I was like, I don't care. I don't care if I don't know what it is. I'm interested. I imagine it's fuzzy and I can maybe chase it or lick it or something. 35 pages. Great. Yes, progress. Beatrice says, was not able to read as much as I wanted to. That's okay. I know that you were just mentioning how you're also like juggling school with your graphic design and everything. So sometimes we just get busy. Got 37 pages done in my audiobook. Awesome, Margaret. Switching back to The Hunting Moon. Okay. And then what are you reading now, Leandra? Me, now that you've finished your mystery. Yeah, so I'm reading The Stone Sky. I'm counting that as a bonus book. And because I'm going to be finishing it in the next sprint, unless, something happens, I should be able to count it as a bonus for this room 4. And then after that, I'm in between a few books because of this readathon. How I've just had to kind of put books aside and then be like, oh, I'm going to pick up again. Like, for instance, I still have In a Lonely Place, which originally was going to be, what was it, like my book 3 book, but I could like feel Rainy like doing stuff, and I was like, I'm not going to finish. So then I switched and like quickly read something so I could just count it. And so I read the first 3 volumes of Given, that manga, instead. But so I could count this as a bonus too. So there's lots of things. And I also I'm teaching this graphic novel this coming week, and so I have to reread it for my students. And so
That's
I could
a cool cover.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, so it's like anthropomorphic, like hard-boiled noir. It's also translation. Like, it was originally published in Spanish. So for those who kind of like those interesting reads, and it's really quick. And so I have to read it anyway. So eventually I'll get to that. That was way more information than you asked. But here we are. Now you're very informed about my reading life. 36% into Unwanted Guest. Great. We see Carissa's joined. Hi, Carissa. Hope you're doing well. What are you reading? Finished volume 12 and moving on to the last volume of Hell's Paradise. I hope you've been able to kind of grasp like the event that happened to you the last time you read it and had to be kind of reminded of the kind of sadness that happened. Getting a head start on New Spring. Because I don't have Songbirds and Snakes on audio, and I'm working on my diamond painting. Coda, I didn't realize you diamond painted. What? Oh my gosh, Nicole, it's so good so far. Oh, great. So many people with diamond painting now that I'm like, I'm sort of I just learned that diamond painting existed like in the last couple months. Currently reading The Diviners by Libba Bray. I feel like maybe I recognize the title, but I don't recognize the author's name. Brianna, you know my address if you unhaul them.
Not gonna unhaul.
Margaret's doing a wink wink. I read the 5th season, but I don't know if I want to finish the other books yet. That makes sense. Yeah, Carissa also, that was like a reread for her, if I'm remembering correctly. She read the 5th season a long time ago, and then kind of was like, I don't know if I'm feeling it, decided to try it again. But it is a lot, and it's one of those tough ones. It's so complicated, so you want to take a break, but also because it's so complicated, if you take a break, there's so much that you might not remember. For instance, because we took a 2-month break between books 2 and 3, and I remember being like, oh my gosh, I gotta like relearn stuff. I almost tried to watch a few recaps, and I did like read like a review of this book just to make sure I knew what was happening, because I was not ready for it. And I was only listening on audio, which that definitely impacted it. But because Bree, you've got like the physical, doing like immersive.
Yeah, I think that one will be one that I'll immersion read.
Yeah.
I did immersion read for the second book, and I was like, this is great. I thought the audio, the narrator did a really good job as well. I really liked her voice and the way she did it. So yeah, hopefully you also enjoy her. Got 17% or 17 pages read. The ending of this book may break me a little. I was gonna read Iron Flame next, but think I may need a fluffy breather because between books. No, that makes sense. Sometimes I think you need to, especially because if you go from like one impactful read to another, like you could get into a slump. It can just feel grating. So I recommend the fluffy palette cleanser. Like, that's the type of reader I am, though. Any sprints tomorrow? Yes, Bree, you're doing sprints tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be on until from 8 to noon Mountain Time.
Oh, perfect. So morning sprints. Okay, great. So that works. So then that's 10 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. But Beatrice, that would be like your afternoon for sure, like going into early evening, which might work for you. New Spring is the prequel. Oh, I didn't even know. So we have it and 4 more in the main series. So 14, 15, and the prequel. Okay. That's so crazy how such a complicated series as Wheel of Time also has a prequel. And then, some people want to read them in like publication order. So it's like, can you imagine going back? And that was crazy. Dresden Files by Jim Butcher has its issues, but I liked some parts of it because book 17 was published in 2021, and the series will have 26 books in total. I've never read a series with that many books.
It was funny. I was looking on because Book Outlet's doing their or not Book Outlet, Thrift Books is doing their like Black Friday sale. I don't know why I said Book Outlet. Same thing. Just
I was gonna say, honestly, I didn't even question what I was just like, it's one of those.
yeah, no, Thrift Book. Better, not less problematic company. But anyway, I was like looking for like dragon books because I have this like video idea, and it was like I was like, "Ooh, this is and then it was like book 25," and I was like, "No,
never mind." Like, just kidding. Yeah, isn't that like, oh gosh, I don't know. I guess authors, I've seen this whole thing about authors and how they actually start to hate characters as well, depending on how long. And the fan base just wants the characters to keep going.
Yeah.
And so there's this whole debate of like, do the authors, should they force themselves to keep going with these characters or kill them off and end the series? And I feel like at 26, it's like the author, I mean, maybe they're trying themselves. I don't know. But well, my ex-girlfriend has borderline personality disorder.
Okay.
And after breaking up, we're still trying to form a friendship. So we've decided to read this book together. So I better understand her.
Brilliant. That's brilliant.
Yeah. And honestly, that's so, I don't know, that's such a great way for you to try to bridge this, gap of communication.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she really appreciates that. And can respond to her in positive ways. My friend who also has BPD recommended it. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, it's also, it's a very like niche like book. Like it's about a very specific type of disorder. So it's like I was just curious like how you even found this book given how specific it is.
Yeah. Like you knew that there was a story behind it. You're like, there's clearly like the book didn't find you. You found the book.
Right.
So how did you find it?
Like this isn't something that you just randomly come across in the bookstore. Like this is something that like you had to have been looking for this or someone like told you about this.
Yeah, like recommended it or something happened for sure. I need to read Ninth House. It has been on my TBR for a long time.
I really enjoyed it.
That's great. Yeah. I know that it like took you a little while because you were physically reading it and other things, but
it took me a little while, but like, and then also like I had DNF'd it twice before, so like
It just goes to show you, DNFing doesn't mean you won't dislike it. Like if you pick it back up.
Yeah, it just has a really slow first 100 pages.
That's good to know. So Carissa, be aware. The first 100, you got to get through those. Sorry to be late for coming back. Oh, that's okay, Tina. Was talking to my parents again, and then we gave the dog some medicine. Yeah, got to get stuff done. I think it's the first time I've ever given her medicine, and she took it very easily. Lovely. That's not the case for some animals. It like makes sense that they might not like that. The Pomodoro kitty's meow gets me every time, and I've been on sprints with one multiple times. I go back and forth. At one point, I wasn't using the Pomodoro kitty at all, and now I think I was inspired because you can change the color, and I saw that Brittany was doing it, and I was like, oh, I can make it purple, and I love a theme. I literally don't tempt me with a theme. I will go so hardcore with it. I also need to start packing because I moved countries in 25 days. Oh my gosh. Good luck. I hope that packing is like the last thing on your list to do because like if it's visas or residence permits and everything else, that can be really stressful. Like I've gone through that myself before and it's exciting, but it's also, unfortunately, the excitement is coupled with an equivalent, if not more, stress. So good luck. I think I will go now. Oh, that's okay. It's midnight soon here, and I'm getting pretty tired. Yeah, I bet. Loved the sprints. Hope I can join another time. Yeah, me too, Beatrice. It was so nice to meet you. If you're still here, I believe you already know now, but if you aren't subscribed to Bree, make sure you subscribe to Bree as well. She is linked in my description. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'm trying to finish all the books that I'm currently reading. I think that I'm in the middle of 4 or 5 books. I feel that. I am also right there with you. This is only my second one. I have Neva and Nicole to thank for sparking my interest. Yep, I think I could have guessed. Actually, that makes sense. I'm still listening to book 10. Okay. Hello, Rainy. Hello. Still reading Midnight is the boringest hour. 75% in. Hating my life.
It's so funny because I actually liked this book and then like everyone else's hate. I read it super early before anyone else did. And like nobody likes this book anymore.
Yeah. And you did it for your adventure, choose your own adventure, didn't you? Oh, yeah, that one was really fun to watch. I think when I was originally watching it, I think I guessed that one. And I was like half right, half wrong, but I'm not going to spoil it to anyone if they want to go in and do that fun choose your own adventure with her because that was a really good video idea. And also, sorry, Rainy, that you're not liking it, though, by the way. Anywho.
I'm not sorry because we told her not to read it, and she chose to read it anyway.
Well, Rainy, hate to say we told you so, but yeah, that really sucks. And Rainy's also gonna start like a book that she also doesn't think she's gonna like next. She's pushing her own chaos on herself, partially because it's The Cabin at the End of the World, right? Is the next read she's picking up? Yeah. Best of luck with that.
That's a very divisive book. A lot of people don't like that one.
Yeah, there was a whole discussion about like those who really enjoyed it and those didn't. Speaking of those who liked it, Coda really liked it. Yeah, so it was kind of like who are you going to side with? Because I think it's like Rainy's mom or Coda was kind of the decisive. So I don't know. But then anyway, Nicole said that she's on at 6 p.m. and beyond afterwards on Sunday as well, which is typical for her schedule. Yeah, 26 books, Ro. 26 books. Yeah, that is, I know, series is like crazy. I'm in the middle of the Aurelian Cycle. I'm not even sure if I said that right, and loving it so far. What series is this? I feel like people have talked about this before.
This is Fireborn, right?
Oh, that might be why.
I think.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure that's the name of the series.
Because I feel like I've heard a lot of people discussing it as of late, and
I've just always just called it Fireborn. Yeah, it's Fireborn.
Oh yes, I was gonna say. I was like, honestly, I always I'm like, yep, Brie knows. I just always like turn to you and being like, yep, she's gonna know what it is. Perfect. Well, I'm glad you're loving it so far. Is there an issue with book outlet? Well,
there was like a couple of years ago. It was back in 2020. They it was just like brought to their attention that they. Trying to remember exactly what it was that happened, but like a lot of their influencers like were all white, and it was like right in the whole like in the summer of 2020 when all of the protests were happening, and like they weren't promoting Black authors and things like that. And I
was wondering about,
and then like instead of actually like apologizing, they just kind of like went silent and then like just took their influencers off their page. Like it was just like shady.
Yeah, like, oh, it'll blow over when it's like, no, diversity isn't something you can blow over. Like, whatever. Yeah, that's good to know. Margaret, the last 4 will be apocalyptic and ground shaking.
Wow.
I love how people were talking about the series in the comments. I really enjoyed Ninth House as well. I had no plan on picking it up, but I'm really glad I did. Oh, honestly, that's the best feeling when you're like, am I interested? And you're like, so glad I did. Moving back to Australia after being in London for 2 years, so heading home. Oh, okay, so that's like a different type of excitement because you're returning home. Oh, that's lovely. And at least you're returning also to like a culture, like a community that you're kind of familiar with. I'm sure there's been changes over 2 years, but you might actually have culture shock going back though. Like I have. I had that when I returned to the U.S. So depending on what your expectations are, good luck with that. I just feel like nothing has literally happened and I cannot stand any of the characters. Oh no, Rainy. I had to read it. It's for 3 book clubs. Oh, so you've got to read it anyway. Your life.
Are you listening to the audiobook? Because the audiobook is terrible.
Oh, that's a good question. I can't remember if she said she is or not.
I feel like she said she was. I think she said that that's one of the reasons why she started reading it now was because the audiobook had to be returned soon or something.
You're right. Yeah, that's why she is pushing through it now because that makes sense. I'm going to switch to crochet after the next sprint. Sounds good, Jean. I heard you guys be so excited after the first sprint that I thought the next prompt dropped. Oh no, no, just excited, just enjoying life.
Don't give her any ideas.
I know she's in the comments. Everyone be on their best behavior. Don't give any ideas. Fireborn, yeah. Thanks, Margaret. Perfect. Confirmation on all forms. Decided to go with what you all said and immersion read Deceived by the Gargoyles since Spotify has the audiobook. I keep forgetting that Spotify, like I know that it's not like it's a I keep forgetting that Spotify has audiobooks. I never think about that.
I'm curious to see if it's going to be because it's 15 hours, but is it 15 hours of like your listening speed, or is it 15 hours of audiobooks?
Oh, like if it adjusts for you.
Yeah, because like if you're reading it on 2 times speed, do you actually get 30 hours of audiobook, or do you only get like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, because if they're like, oh, you know,
15 hours is like not even an entire fantasy book.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah, like because Anna and 15 just feels very low as far as because yeah, like if anything, that's one book, depending on what, maybe.
Like if you tried to read Iron Flame, you wouldn't be able to do that.
It would take you 3 months.
Yeah, so it's like, does that even make sense? I guess for certain types of listeners, but well, they might have to adjust some things. Trial and error, I guess.
I forgot that this was that was the statement that they put out, was that they said that they were just like, these are the influencers we chose because we are a family-friendly company, and you're like saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, I forgot about that too.
Oh my god! Like it's like you're digging yourself a worse hole.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Oh my gosh! This is also just a friendly reminder to all Clue people to log your books.
Hey,
never.
I'm going out tonight.
Log your books. Oh my gosh. The last time Rainey said something like this, I remember I sent a thing in like the Plum chat. I was like, warning, everybody do it. And then Rainey's like, Leandra's causing chaos. I'm like, you said this. I'm just reacting to you. I was like, don't say I'm the one. I was like, I'm just a loyal servant passing on the message. Naya Reads and Smiles has a really good video on the book outlet stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay. Their influencers were all mostly white. And then when they were called on it, they blamed it on eating. Yeah. That's so like uncomfortable. And yeah, that's really like disgusting for them to say family friendly when it's like, I don't know. And like you said, if they just went out into the dark, it's like, okay, well, that's really not helpful. But unfortunately, that's what sucks about that. And we're at the end of the comments, so we'll then go into a sprint, and you can go off on your comedy excitement. But what really sucks about that is like it is a good strategy just to go silent. Like unfortunately, people do either forget or like things do go under the rug, and so not enough people keep issues like that alive to remind us to be like, hey, don't buy from this person or don't support these things. Because if these companies stay quiet, like I hate how effective that can be. Yeah, so it really sucks. So glad I got mine in. Was hoping to get a bonus in, but schoolwork. No, you focus on your kids. That makes sense. Silly or not, you did the right thing by focusing on them. Okay, so we have hit the end of the comments. But Bree, I hope you have a lovely night. I hope you have so many laughs and good food. And yes, of course. And everybody, don't forget, Bree has.
I was reading Margaret's message. I did not know that. What's funny is that I didn't even know about this until a couple of weeks ago because I was talking to Princess on the phone and she was telling me about it. But I didn't realize that she was the one that got the email. I thought she was just telling me about something that happened in the world.
Yeah.
I didn't know that it happened to her.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I didn't realize that either. Thanks for all the information, Margaret.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, so Princess over at Castle Broadway.
Yeah.
But yeah, so don't forget, everybody, make sure you're subscribed to Bree if you aren't already. I'm sure most of you are, if not all of you. And she has her sprints tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Mountain Time, you said.
Yep.
Okay, great. Yahoo. Okay, so let's get into...
And they're already scheduled, so you can go hit the notification to remind yourself.
Perfect. Yes. And you know what I'll do too after we start the sprint? I'll go get the link and I'll put it in the comments for people too if they just want to go that way. Okay.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye. See ya. Taking the time to make sure I do this right. Then we're going to change this. 45 sound good to you now?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. We'll make sure that it says Pomodoro Kitty at the top. Okay. I'll see everybody at 45, starting the timer because I didn't forget this time. Hello. Krystal has joined us, which is very exciting. Hello.
Timing. I was like, I hopefully can make it in just in time for a chat bit, and she went down for a nap, like with that perfect window to like get sat down. So it was perfect.
Oh, perfect. She must have known. She's like, you know what? Mom has got to be productive. She's got to socialize. I'll do her this one solid. It's not going to happen again.
It will definitely not happen again.
Welcome. And in case anyone isn't sure of who Krystal is co-host of the Team Mustard team. Woohoo! So we've had quite a lot of representation tonight. At Nell Sprints earlier, we had Team White with, was Bree on with you then too, or was it just?
No, it was Neva and Kelsey.
Oh, and Kelsey and Team Feedback. So we have had the only team that hasn't shown up in person today, either in Nell Sprints or mine, is Team Scarlet. But Team Scarlet has been in the comments. So it's been represented by co-hosts, which is very exciting. How did everybody do? I hope you were productive in some way or took a nap or something. Nell, how did you do?
I finished my book, so I'm trying to log it now.
Oh, yes. You take your time. We'll get back to you because Rainey did tell us. I don't know if you noticed, Krystal. She said, get your books in as soon as you can.
I literally logged 3 today. So I was like,
nice.
They weren't all read today, but I logged them today.
You logged them. Yes, that's the important part.
I finished Iron Flame this morning, and then I was an emotional wreck, and then I needed some time to process. And then I stupidly decided to read a very short queer book that also made me emotional. So I was like, okay, I need to take a break from the emotional stuff. Give me like an intense thriller. So that's going to be my next book. I think I'm going to have to read like One by One by Ruth Ware or like something intense. But I'm going to wait until the prop drops. I think I do have a short poetry collection I could maybe try and squeeze in, but I think I'm going to edit first and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, smart. Yeah, and then you can kind of relax, like reset your brain as well before you go in. But I think a thriller makes sense after 2 emotional reads. I think that's smart.
I did not expect Iron Flame to hit me the way that it did.
Oh my gosh.
But I think the most of the emotion was from anger about how disappointing it was.
Oh no. I was interpreting it as like a really great positive thing.
There was like something that happened that made me emotional, and then there would have been a really good point for her to stop. That would have been like an excellent cliffhanger and left me really wanting to pick up book 3. But then there's an extra chapter that is just really rushed and pointless, and it's just kind of like,
Interesting.
Well, it kind of proved my point that it needed more editing before it was released. So
no, that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like there's been like some people are pleasantly surprised depending on how they felt about Fourth Wing, but then other people, because of Fourth Wing, are feeling a certain kind of way about Iron Flame. I suppose the one nice thing about Get a Clue Readathon is that so many people are reading it right now that you have people you can immediately speak with and be completely spoiler-full because they're reading it with you. So that's
there's a
nice.
girl from work, because we got Fourth Wing as an arc through work, like in, I want to say like May, April, like really, really early.
Sure.
Like before there was even hype around it. We read it at work and we were like, this is fantastic. We were like shouting from the rooftops, everyone must read it. And then we had to wait because they were like, oh, we'll try and get you like arcs of the second book, but by then it had become so popular, like we can't, like it's embargoed completely, like we can't give you the second book. And we were like, okay, understandable, no worries, like we'll buy it ourselves. And then so when it finally came out, we all like read it. Like there was like 6 or 7 of us in the office that like were reading it concurrently, and one of the girls finished it before the rest of us. And so she was like, hurry up, someone finish. I need to talk about it.
Yeah.
And I finished and I messaged her and she was like, thoughts, emotions, I need to know them now. And I was like, it's too long to put in a message. And I just sent her like this ranty long audio message, just like regurgitating my emotions. We were both angry about the same thing. So it made me feel happy that I wasn't like shitting on someone's favorite book.
Yeah, it's nice. It kind of brings people together too, that you're like, we can connect on this. We both have the same book enemy in a way. So yeah, that's too bad though. But Krystal is also in the description, her specific booktube. Yes, Bond Book Review. So make sure you go subscribe to her. Again, all of them are in the comments or in the description. So make sure you're supporting everyone because they're all lovely. So yeah, thanks for joining me. I think this is the first time you've been on my sprints as well, Krystal, which is so exciting.
It is. We like always just clash, and I'm so excited to finally be together on a sprint.
Yeah, me too. Yes, awesome. Yeah. So I ended up, let me actually tell people what I've been doing. I ended up finishing The Stone Sky. I finished like the last chapter of that. And I also, there were some things that I really enjoyed, but there are also aspects where I was just like, why did Jemison do this like with a certain character? And it's just one character that I'm like, I don't really know why this person had to go through these certain things. So I'm waiting on her voice messages back after I like delved into like 10 minutes of discussing it. The series is still like super good though. Like I think I'm still probably going to give it like 4 stars as like a final book in the series. I can check it off of my bucket list-a-thon prompt. There's a hard mode for finish a series, which yes is very exciting, and that is Danny's readathon that's happening right now. And then I'm moving on to In a Lonely Place. This is by Dorothy B. Hughes, and I was reading it for another book prompt, and then I knew I wasn't going to get to it in time, so now I jumped ship and I'm coming back to it. And it was written and set in the 40s, and it's like I think I was telling some people about it, but I'm following like our narrator, our main character. I can't tell if he's a serial killer or not, but there is a serial killer in the story, and just like the way he's acting and like following these women in certain ways. And I was saying that because it's the 40s, it's even creepier because there's like so much less access that women have to like protecting themselves and like all these things. And so I feel like it's really like social commentary by this author back in the 40s being like, look what's happening. And so I'm really liking it, but it's very eerie. It's like very thriller, like hard-boiled narrative. So that's what I'm going to be moving on to in the next sprint. Okay. And then you submitted your book now, right?
Yes.
Yay. Okay. Success. Do you know what you're going to be moving on to next, like a bonus book, or are you just going to wait it out?
I think I'm going to do a bonus book. I think I'm going to do, what is it called? Small Things Like These. Have no idea what it's about, but it's a pretty short book and it's a green cover. So.
Okay. Check. Exactly. Honestly, sometimes that's all we need.
I finished your host fave now. I finished what's it called?
Blood Debts?
Blood Debts, thank you.
What did you think?
I gave it 3.5. I wanted to give it 4, but I think the thing that slowed me down was I didn't really like the narrator, but I didn't have the ability to read it physically. So it wasn't a book problem. I think it was the narrator problem. Like the narrator irked me, but I didn't have the ability to physically read it because I was trying to do it while I was, I finished it off this morning that was one of the ones that I logged because I had like a little bit left, and then I finished it, and then I finished Iron Flame because I needed to finish it before Iron Flame because it was my room book, and I needed to finish it before I could submit my bonus.
Nice.
Yeah, I would recommend it to other people, and I think there's plenty of people that I know would love it, probably more than I did because they would have the ability to read it physically. But
yeah,
I can see why
you would just say. Yeah, like don't do the audiobook. Like you could say that, like, hey, try it physically.
To be fair, the things that annoyed me about the narrator may not annoy other people, but yeah.
I got the arc for it for the second book yesterday. So excited.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to ask if it was a series. Oh, cool.
Yep.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, sweet. I feel like a lot of people are gravitating towards your host reads now.
Yeah.
They're fitting a lot of prompts, it seems, which is very cool.
A lot of people are only reading I Spun Up a Variants because they're forced to. It's really hilarious. They're like, we've got no other prompts, so we're going to read I Spun Up a Variants.
They're like, all right.
Go for it.
Yeah, I've been like quietly like in my Plum group because like it's your host favorite, so you know what's in a book and what isn't. So just like, hey, by the way, one of my host favorites could be a prompt, so if people want to do it.
I find myself doing that with other people's host faves. I'm like, you could read this because it's a host fave because they give it the host fave bonus, whether it's mine or someone else's.
Yep.
Yeah, so true. I think that especially like as it's gone on, more and more people have been purposely choosing host reads. Like I think people didn't think about it in the first round, but now with every round, they're like, okay, let's look there. Yeah. Especially with Iron Flame, that's like an automatic host favorite for everybody to know, so that's easy. Finished 2 Twisted Crowns. Great, Katy, another host, as I mentioned earlier. Now I'm going to finish my arc of Do Your Worst. All right, sounds good. Mostly just watching Ted Lasso. I support this. Starting to clean my room. 13% of Stop Walking on Eggshells. Are you finding it like informative so far, Andy? Because, you know, are you getting what you are hoping out of it? I know it's early days. Got up to 62% of The Stranger Upstairs. Our other team, Scarlet Host, says that she has finished Vicious.
Nice.
What did you think? Because if you like it, then I'll like it. Because we like the same things out of those kind of books.
I'm gonna let Brittany say it, but I feel like throughout this process, she's been not loving it. Like she hasn't said she's hated it, but she hasn't. But she also says she's got like kind of an interesting relationship with it's B.E. Schwab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if you have that same weird relationship or.
I really enjoyed The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, which I know Brittany didn't like, if I recall. So that's where we disagree in terms of the author. But this is a very different book in terms of styles. But writing-wise, it might be the same. So maybe that's why she's been struggling with it.
Yeah.
She writes very like lyrically.
Okay, yeah. And I think Brittany said that she really liked her middle grade books, actually. That was like the one thing she really liked by Schwab. So yeah, it's interesting. But unless there was this crazy thing at the end, I don't think she was that impressed by Vicious, but we'll let her say. 62% getting there. Great, Kelsea, good job. And Kelsea is reading your book as well. Now, one of your most favorites.
Yep.
You're free, Brittany. See, this is what we're talking about, Krystal. Saying you're free. So that's why
I missed all of this. I haven't read it, so okay.
Yeah,
she gave
Brittany said, yeah. Then Brittany was like, "I am Rose," so I think that we can assess that maybe she wasn't that big of a fan. Do you guys prefer books where chapters are a uniform length, or do mixes of super long and very short reads for the same for you? Thoughts?
I prefer, if it can be uniform, I prefer that. Just because I like to know going into a chapter roughly how long it's going to be. Because if I have things that I need to do, I don't like stopping in the middle of chapters. So it's like if I'm going to start a chapter, I need to know that I'm going to be able to finish it. And if it's going to be like a super long chapter, then I don't even want to start it because I know I'm going to have to stop in the middle of it.
I don't overthink it too much. So like I think it depends on how much I'm enjoying the book. If I'm not enjoying the book and there's super long chapters, I'm like, ha ha ha. But if I'm enjoying the book and it's a long chapter and then I have a short chapter and a long chapter, it doesn't really matter. But if I'm not enjoying the book and this long chapter comes out of nowhere when they've been short chapters, it just drags for even longer. So maybe that's why. But I'd love a short chapter book, like the ones that are like all short. You just like feel like you're making so much progress.
You're like, look at me go.
I think it's a consistency thing for me. Like I would prefer, like I don't care if they're all short chapters or if they're all long chapters, but when it's jumping back and forth like that, I can't.
I think it's just for very like habitual like race of people, like humans. Like we like our habits, we like consistency, things we can kind of anticipate. And so I feel like your brain like is very easily can get conditioned. So if you have like 10 chapters in a row that are around the same, you start to anticipate that. And so then if that doesn't happen, I will say that what I actually am not a huge fan of, and I haven't read a book like this in a long time, is when there's like no chapters. It's just like sections or like parts where it's just like this long ongoing thing and you're like, where is there an end? Is it just like this is like too much like life where there isn't, you know, it's ongoing. It's like I need a break. But I will say that for those who like short chapters, The Affair of the Mysterious Letter, which I just finished earlier today for my Room 4 prompt, honestly it has very short chapters and it's like satisfying. Like every event, you know, sometimes like something has to happen in the chapter, but it's every chapter is very like there's not filler chapters. Like every single one I felt like I was satisfied. Yeah, so that's the other thing is like I don't want like a chapter that kind of like nothing happens and it's like okay, at least give me something. So yeah, good question. And then 24% through What We Kept to Ourselves. Now that sounds like a thriller. 39%. Great, Kelly. Lynn's read 2 chapters, started making dinner. Great. 75% of Iron Flame.
Nice.
So Sarah is close to being on her way. Well, I guess relatively close. It's a long book, but
yeah. Sarah, when you get to 85%, don't be able to go anywhere. Like from 85% onwards, you need to be able to just finish. Otherwise, you'll get really upset. If anyone interrupts you from 85% onwards, you will want to rip their head off, is all I'm going to say. So if you're going to take a break, do it when you hit 85%.
That is a good pro tip to everyone out there, because I know more people than just Sarah reading it. You've heard it here first. Krystal says, beware, 85%. Make sure you're prepared to finish it after that.
To lock in.
Got another chapter read and having supper. Great. I think a lot of people are having supper right now, depending on where you are. I'm about a third of the way through my book now. Was only 20 pages in when I started. Oh, nice. Productive. I feel like we've done a pretty good job. We've been pretty chatty. Just to warn you, Krystal, we like to talk, but we have also been doing sprints, so we're
That's
good.
totally fine. I'm working on a thumbnail as we chat because it takes me ages to make them, and I hopefully want to get this video out today. It's been 3 weeks since I posted a video because I was sick, and then Addie was sick, and then every single time I've sat down to edit, she's been like, "No, Mum, you cannot edit today." So
And you recently
I finally
moved
have time.
too. Didn't you move?
Yeah, so we've moved into a house. Our house has been like a construction zone. We currently have our laundries like completely stripped. The plumbers have been, electricians have been. We've had like no doors on the like houses, on the rooms, because we've been pulling them off to paint them and add new handles and like. So it's been the kind of thing that like I've been too busy focusing on doing things to update the house and forgetting about YouTube, unfortunately. But then I remember like people are depending on me to post a video. Like normally when I post Pick Pong, it's the last week of the month before, and it's now the 12th of November, and I still haven't posted my November Pick Pong, and I'm like, I'm sorry, it's coming.
Yeah. What's so nice though is they're usually so patient. They're like, it's okay. We love you anyway.
I know.
Like, wait, yeah, but you feel the pressure. You're like, yes, but I need to do this.
It's my own internal pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so good. You're doing a mindless task. So then you can do it while we're chatting, and then everyone can anticipate a video to come on Krystal's channel, which is exciting. Alicia had dinner and have got to page 192. Nice. I'm 370 pages into Iron Flame, hoping to finish it tomorrow. So Katy's reading Iron Flame right now too.
Trying to figure out where she would be up to.
So Steph is 26 pages of Iron Flame. Oh, okay. So,
No, don't be worried, Steph. You'll probably love it. I'm just warning you that I think that the tip that I would give anyone who's reading it that doesn't like deter them, but just to keep an eye out for, is it was published 6 months sooner than it was meant to be because she rushed it out the door. And I think that extra 6 months of editing would have made a world of difference. That's all I will say.
Yeah, I would say, and so yes, don't be too nervous, Sarah, whose comment also came in, saying that Krystal got her nervous, and just go in, yeah, try to just enjoy it or see what you can out of what it is. Like it's almost, hopefully it's lowered the hype a bit for some people, so they're going in with a bit more appropriate expectations maybe as well, knowing the publishing and other intricacies going on. How do I get my 50 books back to Australia? Oh yeah, 2 years worth of pretty special editions.
2 potential options for you. The first one, we're in Australia, will make a difference as to which one I make the suggestion of. But there's 2 options. You either ship it to someone in Australia who holds it until you get here, or ship it to the Australian address you're moving to. The second option would be to throw out all your clothes and put it in the suitcase you would be traveling back on, because the special editions are worth more than the show clothes. You could get a new wardrobe when you get here.
Yeah, honestly.
But yeah, depending on where it is in Australia, I'm totally happy for you to ship it to my address, and I will look after them. I won't even unbox them. They will just be stored until you can pick them up. That is an option. So just where in Australia are you coming to? If you're willing to divulge that information, that is.
Yeah, that's a good question. And if anything, you can always like reach out to Krystal on like social media too, depending on if you want to like be like, hey, I'm in like this state or this like near this major city, and then you guys can figure that out, because that is really helpful.
I know people in most states, so even if I can't personally help you, I could direct you to someone who can.
Yes.
Yeah, don't recommend dropping your address in the chats.
No.
Don't worry.
Oh my God, I had someone do that. So I was selling some of my books and we were on like a sprint, and I was like, yeah, if anyone wants these books, just like let me know. And then like I said, like just let me know, like DM me like your information so that I can send it. And they dropped it in the chat, but I had like already left when they dropped it because it came through later. And so thankfully the other people that I was online with were able to like delete it. But I was like, oh my God, no, don't drop your address.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it would be cheaper for you to probably ship it to yourself than try and put it in suitcases and have to pay the extra to fly it over with you.
Yeah, smart. I know it. Traveling internationally and especially moving internationally, there's just so many intricacies. That's why friends are great to have in various places. So Jillian says, I love small things like these. Okay. And then she said, you are in for a real treat.
Nice.
What is the worst rated book you've had this year? Oh my gosh. Well,
so many bad ones.
Really? I think I can only think of like 2.
See, I tend to DNF really easily, which I've mentioned in these sprints already. But one book that I did finish, and it's the first book that I gave a 1 star, actually. So I guess I'll say it's the worst because I think I had the most problems with it, and I like read it to the end. That was Happy Place, which I know
I remember you did a whole video about that.
Yeah, like I did a whole video on it, which like is just not me, and I typically wouldn't have finished it, but I had like a friend who'd read it, and I'd gotten too far into it when it started turning for me. And so then I ended up finishing it. And so I did give that 1 star. And I did end up giving one book in the Ice Planet Barbarian series. I think it was book 9, 1 star. But as I've said with that series, I've given 5 stars. I've given everything in between. So like I'm still continuing with the series, of course. But I did give one book 1 star for Ice Planet.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever given a book 1 star. I think the lowest that I've ever given a book, because I feel like if it's a 1 star book, I probably wouldn't have bothered to finish it. Yeah. So the fact that I finished the book, it's probably at least a 2 star book. The only book that comes to mind, though, like off the top of my head, I know that I did not like Tender's the Flesh, but I can't think of anything else that I read this year that like I didn't like.
Yeah.
I'm like trying to look through my Goodreads.
Yeah, I'm like, let me pull up my
to
stats.
figure out what the worst one is, and I'm probably going to have to go with Hopelessly Hooked by Rose Sinclair. It's a gay Peter Pan hook like retelling, and it was just so poorly written. I got it from like Stuffy Kindle Day or whatever, and it sounded so good. It was only like 100 pages long, but I struggled. I only finished it because it was 100 pages long. If it was any longer, I probably wouldn't have bothered. Just so poorly written. So poorly written. So I think I gave it 2 stars because if I finish a book, it's 2 stars. A DNF to me is 1 star.
Yeah. Okay. No, that makes sense. Yeah. And I think I've been keeping track. I think I've officially, I checked this because I mentioned this some other time, but I've officially DNF'd 26 books this year. And so I guess all those would have been potentially 1 star. Like I said, I'm very quick. I DNF most books I give are 3 stars or higher because I don't give, like, I'm just like, there's no point for me to do it. Because I risk getting into too much of a slump, I think, which other people don't have to worry too much about. But for me, if I struggle with a book for too long, I definitely risk getting into a slump.
In that regard, though, what's been your most disappointing read? So not necessarily like the worst book you've read, but the one that you had like such high hopes for that kind of became really disappointing.
I think that one's harder to decide because you have to kind of think back to. What do you have an immediate answer, Krystal, to give us time to think?
I do. That's why I was looking through and I was like, oh, that's not my worst read, but it's my most disappointing. And it's Ring Shout by P. Jelly Clark, or how you pronounce it. Yeah. Because Neva was just like obsessed with that book, and
Rainy really likes that book too.
Anything she loves, I will also love. And like I enjoyed it. I think I gave it like 3 stars, but I was expecting it to be like an instant 5-star read, and it wasn't. And I think the problem was that I couldn't understand the horror in it, as I'm not a Black person who's lived. It's like Black horror, so I didn't understand how scary it was. I didn't understand the lyricalness of it. So that was definitely a me as a reader issue rather than the actual book. But yeah, I went into it expecting a 5-star and it was only a 3. So that's probably my most disappointing.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And honestly, that also kind of like goes along with the idea of something that's disappointing doesn't mean you had to have given it 2, 1, It just means that you're expecting it to be a 5, you're expecting it to be amazing, and it could be disappointing that you give it a 4 or a 3. So that actually is a good point. I think for me, I think I went in with too high expectations, specifically for, like, I'm flipping through my bullet journal, and there's one, I don't know if you, I think there was a lot of talk about it, especially because it got like this big, I think it was like a Netflix deal or Hulu, but The Moon Represents My Heart. It's by Pim Wong Techawat, and I remember I was like really lucky. I got it from like a publisher, and I was like, oh, it had like time travel, and again, it ended up featuring like multiple locations. I think like Shanghai and London, and it gave me vibes of like Sea of Tranquility. Which I absolutely adored. And I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't read a time travel book in a long time. I'm really excited. And then it just really ended up disappointing me. And I think for that one, it was because it was really slow. And also, and I think I gave that one 3 stars though as well. Like, I think I just expected to adore it. Because I was like, oh, the premise, everything, it's going to become a Netflix and Hulu. Like, I'm so ready to watch. And now I have no interest in watching whenever it comes out. And especially because there was so much infidelity or like misbehavior by men, because it was a lot of also very heteronormative relationships, and like the women were so submissive and just accepting that the men were super selfish and that they might stray and being like, oh, I'm just, not enough wife or something. And I was like, I just was really frustrated, especially because there were some, like, yes, depending on the time period, because it's a time traveling novel, like, yeah, back maybe at certain times in the 20th century, but there were some that was very clearly in the 21st century, like in like the 2010s area. And I was like, how can like these women be so, like, I don't know, okay with it? And there was no indicator that we should be angry at these men, like that we still were supporting them, we still wanted them, like they were still the heroes. And it really frustrated me. I was like, we should not be seeing these men as like protagonists that we like and that we root for. And I felt like the author was suggesting we should still do that. So
interesting. Was the author a male?
No, she's a woman. And that's like the other thing that like really frustrates me. Like, I would have been frustrated no matter what, but for some reason, because like specifically because it's a woman, allowing her women characters and kind of encouraging her audience to be okay with these men who are cheating and being selfish and like emotionally, like a lot of it was emotional abuse too. So
interesting.
Yeah. So if someone else enjoyed The Moon Represents My Heart, I apologize that I just bashed the book that you loved. But Nell, did you think of a title?
I was looking at my list of like books that I've read throughout the year. There's a couple that I can say like they were disappointing. They weren't necessarily bad, but they weren't like what I thought they were going to be. Like Assassin's Blade is one, because people talk so highly of the Throne of Glass series, and that was the first book that I read for it, and I was like, this is the book. This is the series that everyone's like hyped about. I'm gonna continue. Like, I do want to at least read the next book, and then if that doesn't work, then I'm just gonna tap out and be like, you guys can have this one. Like, it's not for me. The Golden Spoon was also another one that I was like highly anticipating, and that ended up being super boring to me. And I think what that taught me was that I am not a cozy mystery person. That's just not for me. I think that to me, cozy mysteries are boring. I understand why other people like them, but for me, I'm just like, is anything gonna happen? And it's like, no, like nothing's supposed to happen. Like, it's supposed to be like low stakes or whatever. But I'm like, no, I need like the drama, like the tension, like I need it. So yeah,
that was like, sorry, I was just gonna say that was like me with the Every Heart a Doorway series by Sean Maguire. I planned on doing a video project where I read the series, and I'm up to book 3 and I'm finding myself like not even wanting to pick it up, but I've like already filmed book 1 and book 2, and then I'm like, do I continue? And I can't really be like, hey, I'm gonna read the entire series at the start and then be like, get up to book 3 and be like, soz, ducking out now. So I'm kind of just
like, just kidding, guys,
because like I'm finding myself just not even, they're like 4-hour audio books, like which would normally like I'd be able to like kill in no time. But I just find myself just not even.
Yeah. That was the lesson that I learned, was that cozy mystery, because that was the first time I ever read a cozy mystery. I had never read one before. So that was my first experience with it. And I was like, yep, this genre it's not for me. So the 5th season is also another one that I read that I had really high expectations for, because I heard everybody rave about it. And I read it and didn't understand anything that happened. Finished it, didn't understand any of it. So I was just like, yep, this one's not for me. So this has been like a very explorative year where I've been like trying out books and figuring out what works for me, what doesn't work for me, what I like and what I don't like. So yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like that sometimes we have to do that, and like just so we can be like, oh yeah, nope, I like my cozy corner, like cozy being comfort, the comfort reads, the comfort like genres that I like, being like, you know what, I've tried it, I've gone out of my door, and I've realized that I don't like, I don't like what's out there, so I'll stick to my area once in a while. And also cozies are really, those are tough. I'm a huge mystery reader, and there's only a few cozy series that I'm even willing to continue. And I'm very specific because I think for me, there's a lot of cozies that I'm not a huge fan of either, because it's very tropey. If you don't like the tropes, if you don't like the specific tone, then it's very hit or miss. So I totally get that.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough happening. It would be like, it would get to like a twist or like a thing, and it's like, oh, like it's like, oh, like what's behind this door, and then it would be like a bunny, and I'm like, oh, that's what we were afraid of.
Like, oh, the funny weird neighbor that we end up loving. Yay! Where we're like, we want them to have an axe. We want them to be dangerous. Yeah, I totally get that. Saving Iron Flame for when I feel a little bit better, hopefully. Okay, sounds good, Rally. I am still listening to book 10, Wheel of Time, and put in 200 stitches. Yay!
Well done.
I feel better, Nicole, too. Yeah, again, like just take your time. Without naming names, have you had another booktuber be rude to you? Oh, I haven't. So I haven't really.
No.
Yeah.
I know people that have had beef, but not me personally.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like I've of course seen the, I guess scandals, if they call it, but usually it's like much larger booktubers, and it's a lot more dramatic because people are following who they are, whereas our little area of the internet is just very nice and supportive, I think.
Yeah.
Unless suddenly things take a turn, but I haven't really had any issues. I think everyone's been super supportive.
I'm sure people have probably said something rude, but it's been behind my back.
Oh yeah, exactly. I was like, I have no idea. I'm happy to be ignorant of that.
Yeah.
I very much am finding it helpful. Good. I often found conversing with someone with BPD can be exceptionally difficult with a lot of no-win scenarios. And this book is teaching how to handle those things.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's really informative. Because sometimes like those types of books, when you're looking for answers and they aren't helping you, it makes you feel more frustrated. So Brittany gave it 3 stars.
Okay.
It wasn't bad at all, just didn't work for me completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Have you ever read a book where it felt like a character was just like you?
Love in the Town of Serial Killers.
That's an interesting. Well, what is your life like? What is it off of BookTube?
She was a PhD student, and she was doing her dissertation on serial killers, which I've always said for years, like before I even knew this book existed, I've always said like if I was going to get my PhD, I would do it on like serial killers and like the evolution of serial killing, if that makes any sense. Like that's what my topic would be. So she's like super into like serial killers, like knows all these like random facts and stuff or whatever. And it's kind of like a rom-com where she's like moves back home to like clean out her dad's house because her dad passes away. And while she's there, she suspects that her neighbor might be a serial killer.
Oh, I know the cover of that exactly. It's a very kind of cool, like almost like not
graphic novel style, like art.
Yes, like graphic novel or like comic strip kind of. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, cool. Krystal, what about you? Can you think of a character in mind?
I don't think I've ever felt myself represented in a character. Maybe, no, not enough. Like I've little elements, but never to the point that I've been like, that's 100% me.
Also, Good Girls Guide to Murder. That's one of the reasons why I liked the first book so much, because Pip and me, like our brains were so in sync. There will be times where like I will be reading a page and I like there's literally a line in the book where she says something. She's like, bingo. And the craziest thing was that, like, I think I had to turn the page or something, and maybe I was reading on my phone or whatever, and that word is, like, on the next page. And so I was reading what was happening, and I was like, bingo. And then I turned the page, and she was like, bingo. I was like, oh, my gosh. That happened a lot in the book, where, like, our brains would be thinking the same thing. I'm like, is this girl me?
Oh my gosh. I love the specific word bingo too, because it's like I don't think I've said the word bingo like seriously. I don't remember. So I just
Exactly.
It is so funny. Yeah, I think I'm a mix in between both of you where I've seriously identified with a character where I've been like I totally vibe with them. I could totally see myself being friends with them, or I could see myself at that certain lifetime being like, oh yes, that's me. But then there are certain elements that I'm not me, or they're the type of person I want to be. Where I'm like, yeah, if I was like a little bit more like this, then I'd be like, that's who I am. Like that's who I'm striving to be, kind of, like my ideal me. But one that I can think of that I just remember I really identified with this character. It was so Min Jin Lee. She wrote Pachinko, right? Which I thought was like a fine book. A lot of people adored that one. But then I proceeded to read Free Food for Millionaires, which was her first book, and all of the characters, I'm going to tell you, all the characters are insufferable. They're all terrible in various reasons. But the one of the characters that I really identified with, and she's not like really any better than the rest. Not that I'm saying I'm a bad person, but there are certain things where, of course, she's got flaws. But I really identified with her every time she had a chapter, and her name was Casey, and I was like, I totally like I'm with her. I'm with her mindset. She might be saying things aloud that I might keep to myself, but like I think them with her. So that's one character that I think I would identify with, but. Yeah, so that's the first book by Min Jin Lee that not enough people talk about. Everyone really adores Pachinko, which I totally get. It's a really important example of historical fiction, but I thought that her first novel was better.
Oh, yours truly, Jacob, and yours truly. The anxiety rep that Jacob has in that book, also me. If you were to combine Jacob from yours truly, Pippa from Good Girls Guide to Murder, and Phoebe from Love in the Time of Serial Killers, if you put them in like a pot and spill some chemical X in there, it's me.
So if they need to clone you, make sure you have those 3 books, a little black magic, and you can have your own Nell at home. Basically, make your own Nell at home kit. I also wasn't a great fan of Addie LaRue, but I freaking live for her Shades of Magic books.
Okay.
I think I'm like you now. Uniform makes for a more comfortable reading experience.
Yeah.
You know how to anticipate. You know how much time. Like if you're like only got 20 minutes, okay, I can read this book, or I can't, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I've been hearing good things about the Shades books, but thought Addie LaRue had some flaws. Looking to try that one soon to see if I like it better.
Sounds good. Addie LaRue was on my TBR. I'd like to read that.
Yes, Leandra. Hannah Gadsby's memoir was like that. Just sections, no chapters, very tough. Oh, but I really like Hannah Gadsby if I am thinking of the right person. So that's interesting. Unless I'm mixing... Hannah Gadsby's the comedian, right? Or is that...
I have no idea.
Like who wrote Nanette? The Netflix original sketch. People in the comments can correct me. But I think that's who it is. Or she's got the same last name. I had to read a 1,000-page novel that was pretty much just one sentence. If you forgot where you were in the book, it was a nightmare.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Yeah, that's when people are just like, I respect authors being experimental and having fun, but it's like clearly that's not for the enjoyment of the reader. It's the enjoyment of the creator testing themselves to create it, I guess. Also, Krystal.
Yes.
This is where she will be.
I am in the state. I am about 3 hours north of Sydney, if that helps you. And I work in Sydney.
Yeah, and she
said,
said,
"You drive 3 hours to work?"
No, so I catch the train. I've just recently moved, so I'm now about an hour and a bit north of Sydney. But I catch the train, and it is a 2-hour train ride. But I just read the whole time I'm on the train.
See, not.
But if I want to drive, it's only an hour and 18 minutes to work. Yeah.
Oh, cool though. But like that, it's almost more worth it because your hands are free and you can do other things. Yeah, that makes sense.
I drive one day and then I commute by train the other 2, and then the other 2 days I work from home.
Okay.
Oh, nice. That works out. So finished and submitted Hellbent, first team Scarlet. Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are lovely. Exactly. I agree. Oh, thank goodness. Someone else, at least, wasn't a fan of it. Okay. Which is also, it's totally fine. I actually, a friend of mine at work who wanted me to read it, she gave it 5 stars, adored it. Everything's fine. So if people adored Happy Place, I totally respect it. It just wasn't for me, and it wasn't for Gabby, apparently. So Addie is some of her best writing, but it wasn't my kind of book. The vibe is a bit different for the Shades books but she does like to write the same female character over and over.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah. Literally nothing happened in Happy Place until the very end. Yeah, I'm for that. I loved the writing in Addie. Listened to the audiobook, which was lovely, but I just fell asleep whenever it was time for Henry. Such a boring love interest. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. I tried that Peter Pan one, Rally says. DNF'd it, so I agree.
It had all the makings of a really good book.
Oh no, that sucks. At least it was short, I guess.
Yeah.
Hopelessly Hooked is so badly written. I liked Hook as a character, though. I've always crushed on him.
And that was the thing. Like, it was Hook's redemption story. Like, I finally wanted a story where, like, Hook was not the bad guy for once. But it was just, because it was so poorly written, it was really, really hard to get into it.
Yeah, like a good idea, but the writing skills aren't there yet.
Yeah.
Happy Place, I think, was most disappointing this year. Okay, cool, Sarah. I'm so glad I found some people on the internet who like are in my corner. Again, if you loved it, you can very much rep the book here in the comments. I will show it and appreciate your opinion. But I did not like it.
I just won't agree with you.
Yeah, exactly. We just will disagree, and it's fine. Immortal Longings and Happy Place are tied for my worst reads of the year.
Really?
Both 1 star.
Immortal Longings. Is that the Chloe Gong book?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I haven't read a Chloe Gong.
Me either.
Me neither. Wow, all 3 of us are Chloe Gong virgins. Yeah. Well, it sounds like we shouldn't try
lose their
Immortal
virginity first. No, just kidding.
To be fair,
it probably won't be me because I don't even own a Chloe Gong.
Yeah, me either.
Me neither. Well, oh well. Poor Gong. Maybe one day. One that I was disappointed with was The Last Housewife in Praise, because BookTube friends liked them so much, but I do not like controlling Dom themes. Well, yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
ADSOM has a series. What's that? Has a much more variety in cast and POV, and a couple of romances. Well, it sounds good, but I don't know what series that is.
I'm assuming that it must be a V.E. Schwab. Oh yeah, I figured it was a V.E. Schwab book.
Nice. I was like, I'm always so bad at this. Like, I honestly, I get Avatar, and I'm like, good job, Leandra, and that's it. Oh no, Immortal Longings is on my TBR. Yeah, maybe wait, or get it out of the way. I read the 1970s novel Love Story for the Clue Readathon. Oh, just recently. It was awful. Whiny and selfish narrator, terrible dialogue, a romance that made no sense. My only 1 star review this year. Oh my gosh, you almost made it through an entire year without a 1 star. I got to go study for a little bit, but I'll be back if you're still going. Sounds good. Thanks, Margaret, so much for being here for so long, too. Also, Jade City let me down a little because of the hype. It just felt like a mafia book to me, and I was hoping for a lot of fantasy and magic and fast pacing. That sounds like it's a mix of like a letdown because of hype. I think hype is the scariest thing.
Yeah,
like, the biggest reason
that's why usually I'll read a book either before the hype or after it. So like that's why I was like, Iron Flame, I need to read it like on release day. I can't wait, otherwise the hype will make it me even more disappointed, or I need to wait until like 6 months after it's come out and then read it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wait years. Like, I know this isn't fully related because we're talking about books, but like I just watched Frozen like a year or 2 ago. And like and I know it's not related to the same thing we're talking about, but I remember I was like, no. I know, I'm like, oh, I get it. I know why people like this. Yeah. Demon Copperhead was my most disappointing. It was so long and so repetitive. I didn't need 900 pages about addiction. Everyone kept raving about it, and I thought it was boring. Yeah. I There's a motorcycle going by. I read that's by Barbara Kingsolver, and I read Poisonwood Bible, adored it, and then I read another book by her, and then I was not really into it, and so I'm kind of hesitant about is that specific book for me, and then everything else she writes might not be something I like. But Kingsolver's known for being a really great author. Another Dimension of Us by Mike Albo was a disappointment. I wanted an intergalactic Wrinkle in Time book, but their souls did all the traveling. I loved hearing Mike Albo talk about his work, though. Okay. I actually loved Demon Copperhead for the writing and the characters, but can admit there was a part in the back stretch that started to drag. Yeah. Also, like Kingsolver, she can keep going. Like Poisonwood Bible didn't have to be as long as it was. I still loved it, but like the third half of the last third of the book probably didn't have to happen, if I'm going to be honest.
Oh yeah, this is true.
I know Nell was disappointed in Daisy Jones in 6.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I was disappointed. It wasn't bad. It just people love that book. Like when you talk about TJR, like that's the book that people always go to. If it's not that, then it's Evelyn Hugo. People love Daisy Jones. They were like, "Oh my gosh, you have to read it." And I read it, and I was like, "It's fine."
My question is, did you read it physically or listen to the audiobook?
I listened to the audiobook.
Okay, I was going to say, if you'd read it physically, I can understand, but I think people that don't like it usually don't listen to the audio, but you're the only person I found that's listened to the audio and didn't like it.
It was just, it's not that I didn't like it. It was just okay. Like, it was fine. Like, it wasn't like
you probably just went in with such hype. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't read that. Yeah, I haven't read Daisy Jones. I actually haven't read anything by Taylor Jenkins Reid.
Oh wow!
Just because, again, I don't really know what book I would like, and I've heard certain like I've seen people raise issues about some of her books too. But I know Daisy Jones 6 probably isn't for me because I read The Last Revival of Opal and Nev by Donnie Walton, I think is her name. And that one is very similar in style. That's a BIPOC like author and like main character, and similarly this idea of like told in interviews by this like famous rock band and stuff. And I that one I thought was okay, and so I was like, if I I probably shouldn't keep reading this kind of style. So if I do try Taylor Jenkins Reid, it's probably not going to be that one because I'd be setting myself up for potential failure.
If I was going to pick one for you, I would pick The Seven Husbands of Evelyn.
Yeah, Evelyn Hugo was my favorite.
Yeah, that's
the
one.
Out of that universe, like Evelyn Hugo is my favorite.
Not to be confused of The Seven Husbands of Evelyn, The Seven Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle, the worst book imaginable.
Which now loved.
That's my favorite. I love that book.
It's someone's host fave, isn't it?
It's mine.
I'm sorry, I hated it.
What?
It's
very dense. It's not an easy read.
I found myself so confused.
Yeah, it's not an easy read. It's not.
Yeah, totally.
We read it as a book club and we were so split down the middle. And I think the people that got it were the people that are smarter than me.
The book is genius. It was so well written. Like, that's why I had to give it 5 stars. I was like, a genius wrote this.
I think I would really love it if it was a movie.
Yeah.
Like, I needed to physically see it because the thing that got me so confused was when, like, this isn't a spoiler for anyone that wants to read it, but in terms of like when the person was in a different body but talking to themselves, like I was just like, I just can't.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm 100 pages, about 150 pages in, but I was reading this while I was finishing up my master's thesis, and I was like, I can't do both. I was like, I can't. So I'll have to probably restart
it. You definitely got to take your time. You got to pay attention. It's not a book that you can just like half pay attention to or kind of just like speed through. Like you have to be ready to go into that book.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if there is any people that are pregnant or about to have a baby, wait, do not do it until at least 2 years after. Your pregnancy brain will not be able to handle it.
That is also very good to know.
And then you'll get more emotional about the fact that you didn't understand it. Trust me. It was me. It was my fault.
Yeah. So our pregnant people in the comments, beware.
I mean, you can do what you want. I'm not telling pregnant people what they can and can't do. Yeah. I'm just forewarning you.
Yeah, giving you the full spectrum, just so you know. 5th season is more for people who love high fantasy. Yeah, no, that I get that. And I'm someone who's really new to high fantasy, I think. Like the fantasy books I've read are probably really tame compared to like people who read fantasy all the time. Gets the books to make my own Nell to hang out with. Yes, everybody get your own personal Nell. Coming to you this Christmas. Hannah Gadsby's Nanette.
Okay.
Yes, okay. It was great, but just the sections instead of chapters was hard. Yeah, that makes sense. I've only seen the Netflix sketch, the like the comedy special Nanette, and that was so good. I remember I saw that multiple times. It was funny, but it was also heart-wrenching. It was something I'd never seen in a comedy show before. I'm back. Hello, Coda. Welcome back. I didn't say I was leaving because I thought I'd be back before the sprint was over. We got groceries and dinner. Honestly, worth it. You need to sustain yourself so you can continue reading and socializing. I'm moving 3 hours north of Sydney. Oh.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out where that would be. Either way, it will be lovely. My sister's at Shoalhaven Heads, which is about 2 hours north, and it's beautiful there. So.
Lovely. I took a nap. Sounds good. I keep getting headaches though. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, me too. Like I've had a headache for a little bit. I'm probably gonna hop off after, like once we go into the next sprint, because I also have a headache.
Yeah, totally fine. And I'll try to like get through the comments so that people can rest. And you can maybe take some headache medicine if you need be. I still don't quite understand the end of Addie LaRue. 73%. I'm determined to finish tonight after Rainey's message above. Yes, Kelsey. So I keep reading through the chatty bits. Totally fine. Especially if our chatty bits get too long for people, mute us. I totally get that. Are you doing more sprints tonight? Yeah, I'm just gonna chug away. That's what the phrase is. So yeah, I'll keep going, Christina. No worries. And then so now you can hop off when the time comes, and you too, Krystal, depending on what you're doing. But no pressure to stay for however long you all want to be.
I do have to meal prep at some point, but I'm pretty much here until I finish editing, and then I will probably just hang and meal prep in the sprints and still come back and chat. But it will depend on how much Addie lets me do, to be fair. Mm-hmm. She'll probably make an appearance at some point around that.
Sounds good. She's welcome. I would recommend trying the Kindle sample, but I thought her writing was both flat and confusing. The tournament part was pretty sloppily put together. This was a note to Rally. Will do. I was burned by waiting to read Crescent City 2. I finally got around to reading it when the publisher posted the spoiler to the ending. I was so upset. What? Oh my gosh.
Why would a publisher post a spoiler? Like that just kind of defeats the purpose of releasing the book.
Yeah, especially when it's like give people a chance. Like it's not that it's like, I don't know, depending on the type of book. Yeah, if it's a classic that was written 100 years ago, I guess there's a spoiler can exist, but it's like, I don't know, but something so new. What are you? I don't know. It's really weird. Like I wouldn't be spoiled if someone, like if I hadn't read Pride and Prejudice right now and someone spoiled the ending for me. Okay, well that book's really old. Also, it's a romance. We can assume what happens. I don't know.
It just makes me think. I've been watching Friends, and it makes me think of when they swap, and Rachel is reading the Stephen King book, and Joey is reading Little Women. Yeah, The Shining, and Joey is reading Little Women, and she spoils the fact that the sister's gonna die, and then they're like, "Take it back, don't ruin it for Joey."
Yes, and she's like, "Okay, no, it doesn't happen."
You want to put the book in the freezer, Joey?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so fun. I completely forgot about that. My worst was The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Most of it read like a textbook of the city of Paris and the buildings I wanted to live. Is so much more than I did. Yeah. With certain classics, the language 100% makes it really hard. Sometimes I like to be actually spoiled by classics. I might like read or like watch the film, and then I actually get a better enjoyment out of reading it because then I can understand the language better. Like I know the scenario they're talking about, but that's just me. But would it truly be a Dickens retelling if it wasn't unnecessarily long? It's a good question. I read Oliver Twist actually during the Amazing Readathon, and it was fine. But I was like, why does it have to be this long? This could have been told in half the time. I do not need this like long of it, but it's fine.
That was me with Moby Dick. I agreed to read Moby Dick with a fellow YouTuber, and oh boy, he gave it 5 stars, and I was like, 1.5 stars. I want my time back.
I want a refund immediately. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me. I feel like that's a book I probably will never read because I don't know. I don't have interest in it, especially now that you gave it a 1 star, 1.5 star. We'll give it credit. 1.5. I read it physically, Daisy Jones. I read Evelyn Hugo too, but I loved that one. I really liked Opal and Nev and compared them often. Yeah, I mean, I usually, the thing is when people say they love Daisy Jones, I immediately recommend Opal and Nev. Even though it wasn't for me, I know for a fact that those who like Daisy Jones would really appreciate Opal and Nev with like its perspective. And there were certain things that I thought were really well done. Like the writing is great. I think I just got really frustrated with some of the character decisions. And that's why I know like I had no issues with like how skillful the writer is, like the author. I just didn't like the characters really made me so mad, which maybe that was the point. That probably was the point. Loved Evelyn Hugo.
Yeah.
Evelyn Hugo on audiobook was great.
Oh, I didn't listen to the audiobook. I didn't even think about that.
Really have
I immersion read it.
Oh, immersion read it. Well, that's like the third option. You could do both. Reading popular books, but I always seem to be behind the hype. I think BookTube has influenced some of my purchasing. Yeah, for sure. You start to like read more popular, well-known reads the more you're on BookTube because we're all like pretty much trading books virtually. Don't say it. I have not read The 7.5 Deaths yet. Is on my shelf. Well, we've got a spectrum. You got people who adore it. You got someone who.
I'll just start talking about books because I keep disappointing everyone who's about to pick up a book. So I am sorry. Just know that reading is not everyone's. Like everyone reads differently. So not everyone will love what I love, and not everyone will hate what I hate.
Krystal, you're bringing down the mood. First it was Iron Flame. Now it's 7.5.
I didn't say Iron Flame was bad. I just said people need to be expecting that she rushed the book out the door and you would notice it. That's all I said.
Totally true.
It's still great, and I still cried 4 times, and I still am very excited for book 3. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, that's good to know. What did you think of Pale Horse? I finished it recently, and I'm curious what you thought. You know what, Chris? We're gonna have to like put a tab in this because I'm still listening to the audiobook, and so I didn't finish it. When I was saying I'm in between like 4 or 5 books right now, I literally still am. Like I've now that I've finished 2 books, I'm still in between like 3 or 4, and Pale Horse is one of them. But yeah, okay. You try to if you have to write down your thoughts so that they stay fresh. And I do plan on finishing Pale Horse this month though, and then we can talk about it because I'm excited to talk to you about it. Newcastle is what Sluna says. As far as location,
she's moving to Newcastle.
Maybe
Didn't you say south of Sydney?
North.
No, north.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Newcastle's like 30 minutes from me. Yeah,
friends.
I used to live in Newcastle. I just moved to where I am now, but like very familiar with Newcastle.
Oh my gosh.
Well, good luck with your move, and
maybe you'll see each other around the block.
Maybe I'll see you around. But if you do need help at all, just reach out to me on social media. But it sounds like you're moving home to where you've got family, so I think you'll be fine. But
yeah. I'm back. Welcome back, Monica. Sorry we went and got some lunch. Don't apologize for giving your body nutrients. Also, these are long sprints, so like it's okay if people aren't here for the entire time. What did Rainey say? I missed it. It's too bad, Monica. Should have been here. No, she just said get your books in ASAP. Make sure you're logging them. So as soon as you finish it, log it. Don't take your time. And so I think she's pretty much, in my opinion, she's saying we have like less than 24 hours probably before another sprint hits if she's really warning us. So maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning for us who are in North America. That would be the evening for Krystal, or even like the wee hours if it's.
I was going to say, if the trend continues, it'll most likely be like 3 a.m. my time.
Just waking up to chaos, being like, what's going on? Team Mustard. And you're like, okay, I'm here. What did I miss?
No, usually I wake up and everyone in Team Mustard's like, all right, I'm reading this. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm eating for breakfast. Like, slow down.
Please stop a second. Let me have
I wake up
coffee.
at like 5 a.m. to go to work, and already the chaos has started. It's too early for this shit.
I want that prompt to drop. I need to choose an audiobook to listen to while laying with my eyes closed. Yeah, maybe. I don't think, I feel like the comments would have said if it dropped while we were chatting. So
yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, I have my Discord up. It would be going off. I would have noticed. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Quite quiet
we're all safe for now.
It's quite quiet.
Yeah, it's quiet. Too quiet. I've asked this in Nicole's stream, but do parents still give whiskey to kids to keep them quiet or to sleep? Sounds
Well,
like
some
it's
do, but I certainly don't.
Yeah, no, I feel like I've heard that as like being like a very old-fashioned, like archaic. Sounds like it's super old, but like just an outdated age.
Yeah.
That people don't really do anymore. But Moby Dick was the weirdest, creepiest book. So much talk about whales. Yes, indeed.
I love how you have to put a little asterisk so it doesn't work the comment.
At first, I didn't really know what it was, and I was like, "Oh, I know what I know what Chris is being careful of." I gave Moby Dick and Oliver Twist 4.5. I mean, we're saying Moby Dick so often. I probably could have just said that word, but it's fine. Like, I mean, I'm saying the second word in that title. Oh my gosh, we've been chatting for so long. It's fine. I like to watch book adaptations before I read the book because I enjoy the movie TV show more. Otherwise, I end up judging it by the book entirely. Yeah, I mean, totally makes sense. Valid. Also,
opposite.
Yeah, I'm the opposite.
I can't read something once I've watched it because then I'm just like, I know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I have no incentive to read the book when I already know what's going to happen.
Yeah. If I have like enough planning, like I do like to read the book if I have a choice. But if I've seen something and then I realize it's a book, depending on how much I enjoyed it, I don't mind reading it. But it depends on the genre. Like it depends on what it is, and if I know that how much I'd be missing out of the book. Like if it's like something fantastical or really complicated, I know that the movie or the TV show can't cover enough, so I still will see new things in the book. But like depending on what it is, like I've watched mysteries and then read them, and I don't know why. I know that's very weird. Like I read them knowing what's happening. So I haven't seen a Hunchback of Notre Dame retelling. I just thought of that one. I mean, one day they're making retellings of everything, if not in traditional kind of publishing circles, fanfic and the like, I'm sure exist. I really liked Daisy Jones, but I haven't read any of her other ones, and I'm not that motivated to read them. Yeah, well, in that case, probably don't. And they'll, you know what, they'll be popular. There are so many like physical books that exist that if you ever want to, I would recommend borrowing it from the library or finding it at a secondhand shop that's like $1 or $2, even if it's just kind of a very worn copy. That's what I would do. Like, don't physically buy it unless you think you're going to absolutely adore it. I got into the Vampire Academy series because of the movie, even though the movie was pretty terrible. Yeah, the movie was really bad, but I still watched it. I ate that thing up, which is very funny. And I realized there was a book series after that. At first I was thinking that I mixed this up with Vampire Diaries, but also the Vampire Diaries is also something that I knew of the TV show, and then I discovered that there were books based off of it. It was based off. They aren't talking about that in Moby Dick. They are talking about supermarket whale oil. There we go. Yep. All right. The educational. So see, it's all clean. It's all no dirty minds here. Thank you, Zach. So also welcome, Zach. I feel like maybe I don't think I welcomed you when you were mentioning like your reads and everything. Hello. Thanks for being here. If you've been here a while and I forgot, I'm apologizing, but yeah, thanks for being here. Okay, so let's get into a 45-minute sprint. Nell, you're probably going to go. I hope that you feel better. I'm sorry that you have a headache, but
I probably just from sitting in front of these lights all day because I've been sprinting since 10 o'clock this morning and it's about to be 9 o'clock at night. So I've been sprinting for almost 12 hours. So I think just sitting in front of these lights is just giving me a headache and like the blue light from the computer and stuff. So I just need to lay down, close my eyes. I'll be fine.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, thanks for doing the good work for getting through Readathon by being on all day.
It's all good. It's my pleasure.
Okay, let me switch the screens and we'll see you. Hopefully you rest up.
Yeah, I'll be in the comments. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Definitely, like, when Bree does her sprints, I'll either be, if I'm not on camera, I'll definitely be in the comments tomorrow. So I will see you guys later.
Sounds good. Bye. Happy sprinting, everybody. Hello. How did it go for you, Krystal?
I got my editing done and my video exported, ready to upload, and then I was catching up on some comments because I'm so far behind on my YouTube comments. And I found a very, very random string of comments on one of my videos that had obviously got hidden among the notifications, so I hadn't seen it when it had popped up. And this guy was talking about how, like, I needed to make sure that I don't lose my beauty because I have a beautiful, unique face, but I need to preserve because if I lose my knowledge, it will deplete me. And then right at the end, he's like, no more porn forever that alone will cause effect sexuality. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? So I had to just go delete all these comments because he just like replied to
Like kept
20 comments that just made no sense. And so I was like, damn it, that's been sitting there for like, I don't know, 3 weeks, and I just haven't deleted it off my video because I just haven't been able to catch up on my comments. And I was just like, seriously, like, weird comments.
Yeah, it's like those kind of, I don't know, those kind of comments are like, why do I interact with the internet sometimes? Because, like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
but Ping Pong is ready, so I'll be loading it to go up this afternoon for everybody who's been patiently waiting for it. Thank you very much.
Yay! Woohoo! Very exciting. Yeah, I got distracted because I'm still talking with Danny about The Stone Sky, the book we finished together. And so she was sending me voice messages in response to mine, and then I had to respond back to her. So people probably saw me having my phone out and I was sending her a message. Also, I see Danny's in the comments. Yay! So we were talking back and forth about our thoughts about the final book in that series. And then I did get back into a little bit of In a Lonely Place, but I think I'm in like I was about to say, I think I'm in a weird place. I'm not in a lonely place, but I'm in a weird reading place.
Well, now that I'm done, I don't know what I want to read next. So can you help me decide? You and everybody else in the comments, help me decide.
Oh my gosh, yes, of course we can.
The 2 options that I have are, because I'm going to go thriller, and they're both on my pick from TBR, so spoiler, is Ruth Ware 1 by 1, which is a host fave, or Black Widows by Kate Quinn. Black Widows follows a man who's married to 3 women. He shows up dead, and now all 3 women are accused of his murder, and you don't know which one did it. Ruth Ware is like isolated, remote thriller that probably a lot of people already know about. In the French Alps, someone dies. Who is it? Kind of people dropping off kind of situation. Australian author, non-Australian author. So I kind of want to read this one because of the Australian Readathon that's going on at the moment. I have an audiobook for both, so I can kind of do either. I just don't know which one to do. Because I know that this is a host fave, so I'm like, I kind of want to wait until the prompt is dropped before I pick this up. Whereas this I can start reading, and if I need to, I can use it as a bonus because, well, it's not technically a yellow cover, but, you know.
I think the orangey, though, it's like, where would orange go? You know how, like, we had to kind of decide. And there is some yellow going on. And I'm sure that there's another, if you look through all your prompts, I'm sure it hits a couple of the bonus ones, because I found that with every single book that I've chosen.
I'm thinking it probably hits one of the others. Yeah. So I'm leaning towards Black Widows because if I start it now, but if the next prompt drops in between when I finish doing what I'm doing and eat lunch, then I'll probably do 1 by 1 if the prompt allows it.
Yeah, I feel like the strategic thing would be to wait on the Ruth Ware because it's, you know, a host pick and you can get the bonus points for that, like extra. It seems like people in the comments are also leaning towards Black Widow. Oh, but it says too many bad reviews for 1 by 1. So that might be a kind of, I know that, have you read anything by either of these authors before, or would they both be new to you?
This will be my final Ruth Ware that I haven't read. And they are kind of like range between a 3.5 to 4-star read, depending on how things go with her. So she can be hit or miss. I've never read a Kate Quinn before, but I could also potentially, because I have to meal prep, so I have to like cook food so I can do it with an audio. I could also finish off Elite by Kira Cass, which is the second book in the selection series, because I could use it as a bonus prompt too. So the question is, can I get it finished before the next prompt drop? I love readathons like this, but I also hate them because they make me second guess my entire existence.
I know, especially when you're in that weird equilibrium where you're like, I don't know how much time I have. I know a prompt is coming very soon. Versus, I feel like if you get it done early and you have a feeling, you're like, okay, I've got a few days. It doesn't really matter. I can pick up another book. Whereas now it's so close to what I'm assuming is going to be the prompt drop that you're like, it doesn't matter. I don't know if I'm going to finish this book. So I feel like we're all confident we're picking a bonus book right now if we do pick up a book. I know that you seemed like your heart was set on doing a thriller after 2 emotional reads. Although I know that is that like dystopian YA is the yeah. So it's like it probably won't be.
I think I've already started it. I can't even remember. Like if I have, I'm not very far in. I'd be like 10 pages, like 10 chapters or something.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's a November read, like it's on my November TBR, so I would have started it in November, so I can still count it as a bonus prompt because I would have read it in the month of November. But.
Okay, yeah. So I just entered a Goodreads giveaway for Black Widows. So apparently it seems like there's a lot of talk about Black Widows at the moment, probably just in general, especially with the Goodreads, like that tends to get people interested in it. So I would say probably either way, I feel like one by one I would put to the side and wait, and now you're in between either is it the final book in the selection series?
No, it's the second
one. Okay,
this is quicker, so I'm kind of like I could probably smash this out before the next prompt drops, whereas I wouldn't be able to finish this, so I don't know, it's too hard to decide.
I know, especially like I feel like we take so long thinking, should I start a book? And then it's like, well, I guess if I started it, I would have been in it by now. But it's just whatever. But I think you're right. And the other one Black Widows looks chunkier, and also YAs just tend to like speed. Like I feel like you can get through them really quickly.
I'm having a quick look to see how long the selection audiobook is because that'll help me make up. Oh, it's only 8 hours.
Oh.
So, with me listening to it on 2 times speed, that's only 4 hours. It's currently like 2:00 in the afternoon. I can probably get it finished before I climb into bed tonight.
Yeah, especially at this point, like I don't want to jinx it, but at least, in Eastern Standard Time in North America, it's almost 10 p.m. I feel like it'd be surprising if we suddenly got a prompt right now, like at least tonight for us.
She probably will do that eventually, though, just to throw us out.
That's
She'll
true.
do one.
Just to hit all of the different, so that everyone kind of has a prompt when they're awake and when it's doing stuff. That's true. So yeah, and I think a lot of people were saying that she was like really busy all day. So I don't know though. But I would say that I feel like you would be okay starting at least the second book in the selection, because either way,
I think either of those is fine because it's a bonus book. So if for whatever reason the next prompt drops, I just put it down and pick up my book and then pick it back up.
Yeah, that sounds good. 13% for Andy. Lovely. 13% more as well. And yes, you're very welcome, Ro. I hope you have a great night. Thanks for being here for so long. Hello, Maggie. In the middle of fish tank maintenance and water testing. Well, good luck. It's not fun, but it's important. I'm sure your fish, whether they know it or not, they appreciate the God looking over them, the God that is Maggie, regulating their world. Hello, Danny. I know I'm hopping on at the end, but still wanted to say hello. Totally fine. Thanks for joining us. I know we've been chatting off screen for most of the time.
That was about my comments.
Yes, this is about your comment. Yep. I concur. I'm still here. Hi, Anne. Working on my stitching still and still talking with my mama. Sounds great. I'm glad she's keeping you company. I didn't read that sprint. We watched the newest episode of Shining Vale. You know what, though, Coda, you've been here like all day, and you did go grocery shopping as well, so you've been productive. I think that it's that time of night for some of us, or time of day, where, like if we've especially been sprinting for a lot, productivity, you kind of need a chill sprint. And that's kind of how I was, especially because I finished 2 books today already. And a lot of them, both of them were audio focused. One I did immersive reading, and then the other one I was just audio. So I was like very slow as I was physically reading, because I was like, I can't remember the last time I was physically reading without any help from audio. So yeah, I think sometimes we need a sprint to kind of decompress. Got up to 79% in The Stranger Upstairs. Oh my gosh, you were like really flying through that, Jillian, I feel like. It's back to being boring though. Oh, great. Okay. Spoke too soon.
Oh no.
All right. But at least I made major progress on creating my wedding website. Oh my gosh. Lovely.
That's cool.
Yeah. Switched to my physical read and got to 26% on the Canterbury Tales. Oh my gosh, talk about a classic. I haven't read anything of the Canterbury Tales. I think I took some courses in college that had us read parts of it, but I haven't read that. Now at 80% of Iron Flame, 5% away from the moment where you just have to dedicate yourself. Dun, 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 dun.
Are you still liking it, Sarah, is my question to you.
Good question. Another assignment down, yes, and I got to chapter 5 of Cappuccinos, Cupcakes, and a Corpse by Harper Lynn. It's definitely a cozy. It's got all the alliteration in the world. I hope you're enjoying it, and also congratulations on getting an assignment down with your son. Finished and logged my book. Good job, Kelsea! Woohoo! Representing Team Peacock. And that one was Nell's, the Good Girl's Guide to Murder. So yeah, good job, Kelsea. Now you can rest easy tonight that you've stayed on track with your team. So just saw it on Goodreads. I might have to do that too, Megan. Maybe I'll look it up and see if Black Widows, if I can enter that Goodreads giveaway, because that sounds interesting. Finished Hell's Paradise, feeling all the emotions through that last volume, 5 stars. Oh, I'm so happy for you, Linz. And I think you said this was a reread of that series as well. And was it a manga? I'm pretty sure it was a manga. Either that or it was a graphic novel. I can't fully remember. I have less than 2 hours, so maybe it will be a bonus book. Maybe. Yeah, because it's either it's going to happen now, or because also, who was it? Bree was saying that you can't schedule them in advance. So, like, Rainey would have to be there submitting the drops for every single person. So I guess it's a matter of her being up and ready, but she's also up all the time because her kids like have her running around. So who knows?
Yeah.
Turns out I didn't finish Halloween Encounter, so I'm trying to finish it today. Okay, I hope that you're enjoying it though, when you're realizing you didn't finish it. I can't decide what to read next. Nothing is appealing to me. I understand, Megan. I feel like also, Megan, you're probably in the same realm as Krystal, being like, book prompt is coming. I don't have a book readily available. I also want to say that Megan finished a host favorite of mine, and she absolutely adored it. So maybe she's kind of worried that a book won't be as good as her last read.
I really want to try and get to that book that you suggested on a sprint, like before the readathon, which you were reading the sequel of, but I can't think what it's called.
Yeah, it's called Death and the Conjurer.
Yes, but I always forget about it as an option when a new prompt drops. So next time that it hits, I was going to say next time it hits a prompt, let me know, but we're in different rooms, so you don't know what my prompt is.
I get. Isn't that so sad? Because it's like I want to encourage you to read. Like that's why even before all this happened and before I really realized what was happening, I told you and Brittany, I'm like, don't read it. It's one of my favorites. And I was like, I'm helping other teams, but I don't care. And now it's like I can't tell you when you can read it, unfortunately, which sucks.
Well, you could tell me which room I can read it in, because that won't give it away.
Potentially,
because I won't know what the prompt is until I'm in that room, anyways. So you don't need to tell me the prompt. You can say in these rooms that, but then I would know you've been to that room.
I've been in that room. But I guess, does it matter if you've known I've been in that room once you've been in that room too? This is the psychological thing. It's when does the information not feel important anymore? Yeah, that's really tough. I will say that we kind of have the advantage of being in the host chat, where we're all a bit more open and able to help each other out, where everyone else has to be a bit more kind of unsure. But I will say that if you ever, if you want to know if it has a certain element, and you can kind of be vague about it or whatever. Or what would be fun is if you gave me, here's the trick, is if you want to know if a book has a certain prompt, but you don't want to let anyone know what the prompt is, give them a list of 10 prompts and say, which one does this fit? And you've made up 9 of them, and one of them's the right one. And then I can just answer you. And then it's like, is that one of the prompts or isn't it? I don't know. So that could be a really fun way. I think we're trying too hard. I would just tell you if that fits or not, to be honest, at that point. But I hope you enjoy it when you read it, if you read it at any point. I think it's really fun. That one's like a historical fiction mystery that does follow multiple characters, and there's a bit of like magical because one of the characters is a magician. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what else. Anyway, so it's a fun one if people can figure out how to. I guess I didn't think of prompts when I picked my books. So then now that I've been going through, I'm like, which one of these? I found a few. Like I know Sad Cypress fit a prompt at one point, at least one. And I know that No One Leaves the Castle fit a prompt at least one point. The Intuitionist.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what prompts I can't remember what prompts I had, if I'm going to be honest. I'm trying to think of...
My problem is remembering what prompt went with what room. Like, that's my problem. I'm like, I know what I've read, but I can't remember which room it was for.
Yeah. If I like looked down, if I like looked at the prompts that I had, I could probably say which ones. But I will say that I have already, at least 2 out of the 4 that I've mentioned, I've seen that I've recommended to my team, saying that you could do it, among others. I'm having a good dilemma to start something new or where to just start prompt. Yeah, I know. A lot of us, I think all of us are like, just twiddling our thumbs and trying to figure out what to do. Allie finished room 4 though. Congratulations. Woohoo. This is honestly kind of the perfect time for some people to play a little bit of catch up, or at least like finish the book 4, whereas some of us are like, bonus books, what do we do? And other people are like, hey, I'm in room 3. Let's calm down. And it's like, yeah, you can do it. Jean also. Oh, Jean was like, what was the comment about the ass? It was some guy on Krystal's YouTube who he was kind of like blasting you in comments too. He said it was a few of them, just being like super weird. Yeah. Unfortunate.
Like someone that had never ever commented on my videos ever just came out of nowhere and started talking about how I have a beautiful face, but if I lose my knowledge, I'm not going to be as beautiful or something stupid. I don't know.
Yeah.
I ended up just deleting the comments and laughing at it later. I took a photo of it.
Better that you waited and didn't see it right away. That you're just like, oh, this weird side thing done.
From 3 weeks ago, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he doesn't exist anymore. He's not real. Just started Yumi and the Nightmare Painter, buddy reading with Stevie. Oh, I knew that you were doing this. That's very exciting. It took a turn I wasn't expecting right before I hopped on. Oh my gosh. Hopefully that's an exciting turn because it's all in verse and quite easy to read. Okay. Nice. Books that are in verse are always so interesting to me, and you're right, they are quick to read. I am liking it. I like how it's very different from Fourth Wing. She's at 80% right now. So, yeah. As I say, some people are preferring it, over Fourth Wing, and some people aren't. So it's interesting to see that kind of 2 camps.
The pacing is definitely better than Fourth Wing. I will give it that.
Okay, awesome. That's good. Silverland, we'll take it. We'll take the compliments where we can with that book. Hell's Paradise is a manga. That's what I thought. It's one of my favorite manga series. I was like, I've never heard of it. But also Danny says, yes, Death and the Conjurer, must read, highly recommend. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Okay. I had Danny read this. Well, I think I recommended it. And then Danny was like, oh, by the way, I got this. And I was like, oh my gosh.
I think I have it on hold, if I remember correctly. Yes, it's on my hold shelf. The ebook is on my hold shelf. It has approximately 2 weeks. So I'm hoping that it comes in right when there's a prompt that works for it.
Yeah. And also in 2 weeks at that point, I feel like depending on how the prompts are, we might have gotten through so many that it's really tough. I'm being very secretive. I'm trying to stick to the plan, but I also like to help people in like reading books I want them to read. So I'm at war right now.
Wait, it's on script. I can do it for the next prompt off if it works. Okay, I'll do that instead of 1 by 1 if it comes up, because it counts still as a favorite, right?
Yes, counts as a favorite, and it's a murder mystery. So
we'll see what the next prompt is, and either that or 1 by 1 will work. And either way, it'll be perfect.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Yay. Woohoo. Very exciting. I finished room 3 yesterday and 4 today. Yes, good job, Allie. Oh my gosh. Okay, so lovely. Yeah, you caught up. If you start a book for a bonus book and don't finish it before the next prompt drops, you can use it for that room bonus, right? That's what my understanding was, is that
So
you just
you
have to
have
log
to
after you finish. Continue. You go for it, Krystal.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, pretty much you have to finish. So say you're in room 3 and you're reading a bonus book for room 3 and prompt 4 drops, you have to put down your bonus book, read your book 4 book, log that, then pick back up your bonus one, finish it, and then log it for room 4. So you don't log it for room 3, you put it down and you have to finish room 4. Like you have to finish the book of the room you're currently in, like the room that's currently dropped, before you can log it as a bonus book for that room.
Yeah, which honestly has
But
its
if you
benefits.
started it earlier in the month, that's fine. You still count the whole 100% of the pages you would log, but you have to do it after you finish the prompt drop book.
Yeah,
It
like
means
for
that
instance,
effectively you need to be caught up in order to be able to put bonus prompts in. So you can't be doing bonus prompts for room 3 if you haven't read your 4th book. So it's an encouragement to keep up to date.
Which is smart. It makes sense because like bonus books should be your second priority anyway. So yeah, that makes sense. Even like, so for instance, my Stone Sky was my bonus today. But the Affair of a Mysterious Letter was my room 4 prompt. I did finish this first, but if I had finished Stone Sky earlier today, I would have had to just sit on it, finish this, submit it, and then submit Stone Sky. So yeah, but I think it's nice because then it shows that like your reading is still worth it. Like if it ends up turning into a bonus book, like even In a Lonely Place, that was going to be, I think, my room 3 read. And then I just like didn't have time. I knew I wasn't going to finish it before the deadline. So I read something else really quickly to keep up. But I can still use In a Lonely Place later on as a bonus, which is really nice.
That's like with Iron Flame. It would have been better for me to read it as a room book, but I would have had to wait for a prompt dropped, and I wanted to read it as soon as it hit my library. Yeah. So I started reading it and just knew, okay, it's going to be a bonus book. So for that, instead of getting, say, like the page count plus my 100-point bonus, I would have gotten my page count plus my 200-point bonus for the host favorite plus the 100 points for something else, and then it would have been like so much worth extra points. But I was like, I don't even care because I'm not waiting 2 days to read it. I want to read it now. And it was probably a good thing because when the prompts did drop, I had a punishment, which meant that I couldn't read it anyways. So I was like, you know what, it's good that I started it when I did, because then I could still use it as a bonus when I finished it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, it's kind of like this weird strategy where like sometimes, yes, the points are important, but even with like Stone Sky, I could have gotten BIPOC author points for that, but I was also like, but like the way when I started it and when I finished it, I was like, it doesn't fit. I might as well just consistently read it with Danny rather than forcing myself to read it quickly and then not. So just read it. Basically, read at your own pace. Have your own reasons for reading a book. Don't worry too much, even if it's a host pick. Let me see. What'd she say? I was just thinking that we can pick up a book now. Yes. And then use it after next room. That's exactly what Krystal is going to do. So, yeah. Finished my homework. Great, Christina. And read 5% through Deceived by the Gargoyles. Definitely a good pick. Oh, great. So Christina had thrown in a bunch of options for what to do after she finished her work for the night. And we all kind of were like, probably should try Deceived by the Gargoyles. That sounds good. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. You're enjoying it. So we are not just waiting around. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Unless you need a break too. Like if you need a break from reading, also take that. Don't feel like you have to keep reading. But yeah, like don't feel pressure.
Readathon, just push, and then that burned out for a whole month afterwards. We were talking about like readathons and what's happening, like moving on to like next year, and it's going to work out almost perfectly well, because it's going to be like the ones that take like amazing brain power, like amazing readathon and this and what's the other one that they did, the battleathon and ping-pongathon. They're all going to be like alternating months, because next year ping-pongathon is going to be a competitive readathon with various different co-hosts. Like it's going to be so different next year.
Oh my god!
So it's going to be like 2 hosts are on each team, and then one of the hosts like plays the game with the other, so they're playing against each other to pick the prompts that team has to complete. So it's going to be like full competitive, but you pick your host before you know what the prompts are. So you pick your host based on who's going to be playing ping pong on your behalf.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's really interesting. So that basically tells us that at the end of the year, next year, it's just going to be all competition. You have to mentally prepare yourself. Like we're going to be hitting the end of
I think
2024
it
with
starts
crazy.
in like March-ish. There's like March and then April. April's off and then May, and then like it's just like from early on. It's just like every second month there's like an intense readathon.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun time. It's gonna be fun time.
Yeah.
I said to
Especially
my
for
partner,
those
I
who
was
enjoy
like,
it.
yeah, I said to my partner, I'm like, so I'm co-hosting a lot of readathons next year. There's going to be a lot of sprints. There's going to be a lot of reading. There's going to be a lot of, hey, can you take the baby? And he's like, okay.
He's like, all
like,
right.
Every second month, I'll take it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll just go every other month. It's fine. Switch off. Yeah. And the thing is, these competition like readathons are so fun, but they are like they can be draining, especially for the people who are hosting it. Like I'm sure for you, like the amount of planning that you have to like be different working parts, but it's also probably really rewarding, especially because so many people have fun with it. Like so many people appreciate it. So that's really nice. Christina then said, although I had a bonus book that I turned in and then found out that the next room already dropped. Whoops. So I don't know if that counted. I feel as though it's still probably counted.
Submitted it,
yeah, like you submitted it. It either counted for like the room previously, which is still important points because it's cumulative, so it doesn't really matter. It just might have not accounted for like the next round, which is okay. Well, it's a Hallmark Christmas movie season, but my son loves those, so I have to wait until he is caught up before we watch one. Next year, readathons will be hard as I'm only reading off my shelves next year. I was gonna say I'm mostly reading off of my shelves, but I'm also picking up a bunch of library books, so that works for me as far as like using Libby and Hoopla and just the resources that I have. But yeah, it depending on the readathon, it can be difficult if you want to focus on your physical TBR and depending on how you're fine, don't worry. Depending on how large your TBR is. Yeah, so I think it just kind of depends on what kind of TBR you've got. Good luck on that. More power to you.
I told you she'd make an appearance at some point. Anthony's like, I've got to hang out the washing, and she keeps trying to eat things. Can you take her? And I'm like, if you're doing chores, I will have to eat. Dada. Yeah. Who's that? Is that Leandra? Say hi.
Hello.
She can't hear you, but she saw you waving, so she's like, hi. But yeah, I am going to have to meal prep now and get food cooked. So I might duck off the camera because she's just going to pull my headphones this whole time anyway. And what I'll do is I'll chuck you on my TV downstairs. So I'll still be here in spirit. And I will be listening to The Elite by Kira Cass.
Sounds good. Yeah, this is perfect timing. We'll go into a sprint. And yes, good luck with meal prepping.
Thank you for everybody for having me join for a little while. This was fun. And we'll see you next time.
Yeah, see ya.
Bye, Leandra. Thanks.
Bye. And then there was one. Dun 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 dun. We'll do another 45 minutes, I'm thinking. It's 10 o'clock. So how about it's 10 p.m. for me, at least. Yes, I agree. Very sweet. Yeah, I couldn't stay away from the library either. And yes, Krystal, if you're here somewhere and you can see this, everyone's saying how cute your young child is, and I agree. I think I'm going to do one more sprint. So then that'll get us to like 10:45 p.m. for me and about like 7 whole hours of sprinting, which is a lot for me personally. But yeah, so if that's okay with everybody else, we'll do 45, one last sprint. I'll make sure to put up a banner too so people know what's going on. Let me switch the camera. And then if anyone has to like duck out, early before the sprint comes back, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. You've all been so kind and really communicative and being open to any type of conversation that I've offered or that other people in the comments or other people on screen have. So like, honestly, you've all been so great. I really appreciate you joining me. So let me start the sprint, and I see that Yeah, agreement. 10 p.m. here as well. Libraries are a great resource. I agree. I work for a library, so I'm a bit biased, but they're amazing. Also, I work in mine, so honestly, then you understand. You understand the love that I have too. And then Christina says she's good with another one too. Great. Okay, so I'll see everybody in 45 minutes. And if I don't, I hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend. And maybe I'll see you in sprints tomorrow, either on Bree's channel or Nicole's. Okay. Happy sprinting. Hello, everybody. That was our last sprint. I hope that it was productive for you all. Let me know how you did. For me, I ended up getting a bit distracted. I did keep reading with In a Lonely Place, and I feel like now that I had the second sprint, I've gotten back into it and kind of like the eeriness of trying to trust this main character and his interactions with these people. And you can't tell if he has other motives or if there's a reason why he's super suspicious of like the police and just these kind of weird things going on. So it definitely has that kind of hard-boiled detective fiction feel. So yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. But I also got distracted because I was talking with Danny again about, the book we read, and then also just kind of future plans. A lot of things are kind of getting in the works, but I had mentioned, and there's not many people here in the chat, so I feel comfortable saying, but I'm planning on revealing or announcing my own readathon in January, which is very exciting. But I was kind of showing her the gist of what I was thinking of doing, and I'll do an announcement video and do a reveal of everything else. But anyway, so just fun plans in the future that I'm really looking forward to. And again, I feel comfortable telling people now because there's not as big of a group here. So if you guys wanted to join, that will come out in a couple weeks. The announcement video will. I saw that Jean had mentioned that, yeah, people were saying thank you for sprints. I think they were hopping out. They were done for the evening, or they just wanted to thank maybe like Krystal too before she headed out because she had to kind of leave and go handle some like family stuff, do some meal prep and everything, which we totally understand. We also had Brooklyn pop in. She is the other co-host for Team Mustard, which is very exciting. She and Krystal are the co-hosts together for that. Which is really nice of her to pop in because I'm sure she's really busy right now too. Hello, Amal. No apologies necessary. You are certainly not late, especially because I'm pretty sure you were here back way when Nell was hosting her sprints. And so you had a full day of sprints already before I even started. Reading False Witness by Karen Slaughter and finishing Next Door 95% in for the night. Yeah, you're like very, very close to the end then. And thanks for sprints. If I enjoyed my book too much to return them. No, oh my gosh, no, I'm glad. That's like perfect. That's a great reason not to be sprinting with people and not to be doing the chatty bits because you were so involved with your reading. Meanwhile, Rainey had the opposite, the opposite kind of experience. I'm so glad that you finished Midnight is the Darkest Hour. But yeah, the book was not good and the ending was stupid. 2 stars. Oh no. That is so sad. I really hope that your own reading kind of schedule turns around and you get some really good reads once we hit kind of the midpoint of the week or midpoint of the month, because yeah, your readathon isn't going so great for you, but at least you're checking these books off. You've read them and now you can say goodbye, sell them on Pango, give them away to friends, however you dispose of books to give them a second chance elsewhere. Yeah, sorry that you had to go through it, Rainey. I am also very sorry. Honestly, the more I sit here, the more I want to lower my rating to 1 star. Oh no, because you're so mad. Yeah. Isn't that crazy how sometimes like books, like the more you sit on them, the angrier they make you? And it's like, I'm not even in this world anymore. I'm not even in this book anymore. And yet it's still affecting me. Up to 95%. Oh my gosh, another person who's at 95% in The Stranger Upstairs. You're still bored, Jillian. Oh no. Still productive, working on our wedding registry. Honestly, at least you have something positive that you're doing. You're working on this wedding registry. You had the website going well, which is great. Yeah, that's awesome. Also, congratulations. It's too bad that your book doesn't know that it needs to be just as exciting as like your wedding planning and everything else going on. Oh my gosh, Katy, finished your book. Congratulations. I muted during the last 2 chatty times. Totally understandable to keep reading because I couldn't bring myself to stop. Now I need to figure out what I want to read before diving into Iron Flame. Oh my gosh, I know. Especially because, again, we don't know when another prompt's coming. So you want something that you'll really enjoy, but also that you might be okay with putting down if you suddenly jump into the next room. So yeah, good luck with that. But also, it's totally cool if you want to like take a second, appreciate the book that you finished, and then yeah, like peruse your shelves for a bit for another one. 50 pages left. We'll push through to finish tonight. I believe in you. You can do it. Yes, very nice. I did not read, but I did check out the Reindeer Readathon. Yes, we were talking a lot about that last night on Kelsey's Sprints because thanks to Jean and I think a few others. I think Christina, you also were talking about this because you were there. This very exciting readathon happening in December that's a bit different from what we typically expect with competitive readathons, because this one you don't get to choose your team. You're assigned a team when you sign up, and I feel like that's a very interesting dynamic. Like, not every competitive readathon can do that, but that is a very fun way to switch things up. So I think I might join too, which is so crazy after this one. But we'll see. A lot of people are joining it, and it sounds like a lot of fun. Lynn's read 27 pages. Very nice. Yes, of course, Christina. Thank you so much for always like being here and being so supportive, even when you're busy doing a bunch of other life events. We all really appreciate it, and we all appreciate everyone who's here too. I'm speaking to Christina, but I'm speaking to everybody. 30% through what we kept to ourselves. Nice. A third of the way. Yay, more readathons. I know, it's very exciting. I hope that some people end up participating. I think it's going to be really fun. And like, I won't get too much into it, but there will be merch, and the profits go to American Library Association. So that could be an incentive if you want to help support libraries that are, honestly struggling with book banning and a bunch of other things and funding cuts all the time. And so I thought that that could be a really nice, focus for the readathon, even though the readathon isn't about libraries. I wanted some kind of money to go towards it if people buy merch. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes, I'm very excited about it. Thanks for the support, everybody. I'm at 86%. Nice. I have 2 hours left, so I'm definitely saving the rest for tomorrow. Lovely. Yeah, especially when you know that you're getting so close to the end where you might want to be a fresh mind. Enjoy those last 2 hours to the fullest. And yes, more readathons. Woohoo! So exciting. Especially because Reindeer Readathon, for those who want to keep going, they don't have to stop. Like, you don't have to take a break in December. Just keep doing another one. Yes, thanks, Kelsey. I'm really excited about it, and I think it'll be interactive and for everybody to have fun with. It won't be as competitive as far as like team-based as this one, but I think it'll be fun. Yes, 10 chapters into Yumi, and I'm having a lot of fun. Nice. I saw on Instagram, Danny, that Andy, your very cute kitty, distracted you for a little bit, but I think it was probably worth it. I didn't know if I was going to enjoy one of the characters, but I think I will. Lovely. That's awesome. And yes, mwahaha, plans. Also, Danny and I are making some plans too, which is way early in advance to be discussing, but it's all very exciting. Almost to chapter 6 in New Spring. Nice. Thanks so much for the sprints. Of course, Coda. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate you all. 68% through Murder Your Employer. Interesting. I know that Danny absolutely loved that, and Bree just bought that. So there's a lot of buzz around that title. I think I need to give this book another chance with a physical read versus an audiobook. Yeah, interesting. So maybe even maybe try an immersive read. That might be like one way to kind of interact with it in a way that you'd kind of enjoy, Candy. I'm reading Emperors of the Deep. Oh, for nonfiction November. It's about sharks. Oh my gosh. I swear, Embers of the Deep, that could also be a title for something very fantastical, or even like sci-fi, like high fantasy or something. But that's really interesting that it's a nonfiction book. And I really love that it is about sharks, because I think that there's a lot of like stigma against sharks, thanks to certain fictional books like Jaws and just our depictions in like movies and things. So yeah, if you're finding it informative, Zach, let me know what you think about it, because I still need to do a nonfiction in November. That's one of my goals this month. Oh, yay, a January readathon to look forward to. Yes, Monica. Very, very exciting. Thank you for the stream. It got me through the extra prompt book. I'm so glad. I really hope that this was productive for people. I think we got a good amount of sprints in the 7 hours that we were here. I think we mostly talked, but we also did a lot of reading. Vanessa is a host. Okay, lovely. So Vanessa is a host for the Reindeer Readathon. Would you ever do a 24-hour stream? Probably not by myself, Shannon. I've participated in the ones that Neva hosts, and like that just breaks it up so much more like easily. It's lovely. People all get to sleep. Honestly, I think that the longest day I've ever had being on screen was with Brittany, though. So when we do our Ice Planet Barbarian sprints, the last time, I think we were close to like I think 13 hours or something like that. I think that my internet's also going weird. So if people saw me kind of go in a crazy way, if that's what's going on. But yeah, so about 13 hours is the most I've ever been on screen. And that wasn't even me hosting. It was hosting half of it. And then Brittany was hosting half of it. 24 hours might be too much. I think I like my sleep too much. That was Addie LaRue for me. I liked it a lot in the beginning, but by the end, I was super disappointed. And the more time, yes, the less I liked it. Yeah, like the more you sit with it, you suddenly, I think it's because you've got too much time to start nitpicking even in the small things that culminate into big issues that you have. It's crazy. My son really wants to join the reindeer one. Yes, well, Christina, then you have to. He's going to have to join with you. Wait, what one is for the libraries? Oh yeah, so it's I'm doing a readathon that I'll get more into once I do my announcement video at the end of November for January. And the readathon doesn't solely have anything to do with libraries, but I will be displaying merch, and I tried to make it affordable enough, but also where like any profit, I'm not getting any profit if anyone buys like a shirt or a sweater or something at all, will automatically go to the American Library Association through Bonfire. So like once Bonfire takes their cut, anything else goes to the American Library Association, the ALA. And so I'm really excited about that. But the readathon in itself is just like a fun kind of reading, like individual kind of competitive where you're like challenging yourself to get through it all. And I'm very excited about it. But yeah, so the only thing that to do with libraries is just if you want to buy anything, you know that it's going towards this cause. Not that it really matters. You can, like a lot of us do it for profit too, but I really wanted it to be like some really fun kind of thing to encourage others to let people know about it. And that's my one ploy is, hey, keep letting people know, because if they buy more, then they're supporting American libraries. And I think they need our help, especially at this moment in time. Yes, of course. Thanks for being here. And oh my gosh, so many of you were here for so long, for probably nearly all 7 hours. So thanks so much, especially Court Loves Books. You were here for a really long time. I really appreciate that. I'll try to remember to look into your readathon. I don't do them super often. And also, no worries, like take the time you need for a break. Get a Clue readathon, kind of like the Amazing Readathon, can be really heavy on like the stress and just the fun of it, and you might need a month or two to relax. So I fully understand if you need that break. So thanks, Court. I missed something, I think. Oh, you might have. Also, I think my internet's cutting out, so maybe you missed something when I was chatting. Leandra, do you want to sabotage other teams in the Clueathon? Is there a competitive side to you? Oh my gosh. I don't know if anyone's noticed. I just don't think I have much of a competitive body in me these days. It's so funny. With Team Plum specifically, for those of you who are in there, I think it was not long. It was at the beginning of the readathon, and I was like, oh, we're just going to have fun. Everything's great. And then everyone in Team Plum was like, Leandra, do you know what team that you're a captain for? And I was like, oh, okay, never mind. So I think I'm more of a cheerleader where I'm like, everyone's doing just fine. So I'm not super competitive. But who knows? Maybe Get a Clue Readathon will change me. Maybe suddenly I'll be a ruthless person, a villain of the story. Mwahahaha. Although I think Bree probably fits that role better, and she'd probably have more fun than I would in that role. So we complement each other. Have a beautiful night. You too, Christina. Thanks for being here for so long. Got 20% into spells for lost things. Wonderful. And that one is in January. Yeah, so it's going to be in January. My announcement video, I'm thinking, is going to be on the 27th of November, and I'll do probably a premiere for it, just because it's hopefully going to be exciting for people. So in a couple weeks it'll come out, but I figured, why not? I was chatting with Danny about it, and I'm really excited. And so I thought I would share it with you all here who are here tonight. Yeah, thanks so much, Selena. And also good luck with the whole packing and the sending of your books home to Australia. I hope that that's as low stress as it possibly can be. There's going to be stress no matter what, but I hope it goes very smoothly for you. Thanks for the sprints. Of course, Danny. Yeah, and thanks for the buddy read. Yeah, that was so fun. I'm really glad that we were able to enjoy that entire series together. You definitely helped me get through it as well as quickly as we did. Because if I read that by myself, I definitely wouldn't have gone through it as quickly as possible. And don't worry about joining late. We all are very busy. Saturdays are weird for a lot of us. Do you do a lot of reading lists for your classes? You know what? I'm lucky that for a lot of my classes, it's all online. Oh my goodness, that scared me. It was my own cat noise. So for 2 of the classes I teach, all of it tends to be articles online, and so I will do reading lists for that. But with detective fiction, a lot of times, maybe I'm a bad professor, but sometimes I'll choose a story that I think sounds really interesting, but I haven't read it either, and then all of us together react to it, and then we kind of like analyze, the mystery, the various themes that are going on, react to the reveal of the killer and how plausible or interesting we find it. And I have found that really fun to interact with them. Obviously, that's taking a chance. So more often than not, I choose an author that I know, that I've read a lot of stuff by them, but I just haven't read that specific one. And I think it can be a really fun to react with the students. But yeah, so it kind of depends on the material and how comfortable I feel. But typically, I at least kind of outline what we're mostly going to talk about all semester so the students know. And then I'll do slight changes that way, if that answers your question. Yeah, thanks so much, Sarah. Thanks for being here. Thank you. This has helped me focus and get so much reading done. 220 pages. Oh my gosh, Purple Dragonfly. That is crazy. I'm so excited for you and so impressed. Thank you, 24 days and counting. Yes, woohoo! I'm so excited for you. I'm sure that you're stressed, but you're really excited, and that'll be really great. Thanks for the sprints. I was here even though I wasn't. Oh no, you were here. You were here, Katy. Thanks for being here for so long. And thank you everybody so much. I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening, depending on where you are in the world, or I hope you enjoy your Sunday as it progresses. Don't forget that there's far more sprints going on. Tomorrow, for those who are in North America, Bree is hosting hers. They're going to be at 8 a.m. Mountain Time. That's 10 a.m. my time, Eastern Standard Time for North America. And then we have Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers. She's hosting sprints, I believe, at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for North America, which I believe is like 7 a.m. Monday for those who are in Australia or that area of the world. Okay, everyone, I hope you have the loveliest rest of your weekend. Thanks for being here. I really do appreciate it. And I'll see you guys next time. Okay, bye. Hold on. I almost left the stream and didn't end it. Can you tell that I am not a professional? Okay, I hope everyone has a lovely weekend. Okay, bye.